Maryland. The time is now 7:32, and this meeting will come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Noble. Here.
The time is now 7:32, and this meeting will come to order. Madam Clerk, please call. Can you hear me back?
I'm talking to feedback.
We're all set recording everything. Madam Clerk, please call roll. Present. The time is now 7:33, and this meeting will come to order. This is the February 5th, 2024 session of the work session for the town of Forest Heights, Maryland. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Noble. Here. Councilmember Hines. Present. Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Rousen. Here. Councilmember Little. Present. Council President McDonald. Here. Mayor Miller.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we will have a moment of silence. Thank you. Next, we will have the pledge of allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. At this time, we will have approval of the agenda. I move that we approve tonight's agenda. It has been moved and seconded that we approve tonight's agenda. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, I move that we approve the minutes from January 17th, 2024. My apologies. Next, we will have a public hearing on proposed urban renewal plan for National View site within the town of Forest Heights. Okay, my apologies, withdrawn. That's right, we will. I'm going to approve the minutes for tonight, for January 17th, 2024. January 17th, 2020.
I second.
It is been moved and seconded that we adopt the minutes from January 17th, 2024. Councilmember Johnson.
On the last page, it says, motion by Mayor Walker. Again, of those steps.
Okay.
How we have minutes record on there. Next page. Roll. Last page.
I see.
I'll continue to prevail.
So, like, make a motion to amend the minutes.
Yeah.
You can just state, what we're striking, we're changing.
Motion to strike, motion by Mayor Washington, insert, motion by Mayor.
It has been moved and seconded, the minutes of January 17th. On the final page, striking, Mayor Washington and inserting Mayor Lilly. So moving second, that we amend the minutes to January 17th on the last page striking Mayor Washington and inserting Mayor Lilly. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? That we adopt the minutes of January 17, 2024 as amended. Is there a second?
I said.
It is been moved and seconded that we adopt the minutes from January 17, 2024 as amended. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, next we will have public hearing on the proposed urban renewal plan for national use site within the town of Forest sites. At this time, are there any members of the public who would like to speak in relation to the proposed urban renewal plan? This is resolution 84-23. If you would like to speak at this time, please come forward to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to provide comment. And we ask you state your name and your street. Let's, sir, would you like to provide a comment?
Yeah. What is that?
If you could, come forward to the podium and you can state your name and your street that you live on, and we'll have 2 minutes. Good evening.
I just wanna know, I'm not really the code, but what is that supposed to consist of?
Good evening, sir. You're coming in?
Would you elaborate on the code? What does it consist of? What does it cover?
Thank you for your comment. This is resolution 84-23. This is, a portion of the development set within the town's boundaries, including streets and lands that are currently undeveloped and, that are located as described, lots 63-91. This is the development that is proposed to come to the town, and this is the plan that doesn't make the land that they, will build on this urban renewal area, meaning that it currently has blighted property line and is, and can be renovated.
So we are in the process of, doing some renovation on carrying on our side, if we have a water main break, and potholes.
Well, we have plans to do further work, that Public Works will get to. So specifically for Miles Drive, we in detail the plans to happen there, and later in the meeting, we may have, our Public Works speak to the building. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else online or any other someone's that you would like to speak and provide comment on resolution 84-23, the urban renewal plan for the national use site? You have someone online. If you could please state your name, your street, and we will have 2 minutes to provide comments.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vera Mendenhall, and I reside at 223 Seneca Drive in Forest Heights. And I wanted to bring to the attention the concerns regarding the recycle and trash collection
If I
concerns.
could just state your name once more, just state your
Yes,
name and your street, please.
it's Vera, V as in Victor, ERA, and the last name is Mendenhall, MEND as in dog, ENHALL. Should I continue?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, you can.
Yeah, I wanted to raise concerns because for some reason or another, I know we have a contract for the collection of these services, and also recognize the fact that we only get the services performed once a week.
It's been long. Let me just
Yeah,
interrupt. Public
yeah.
hearing is general comments, tonight. At this time, we're just taking comment, specifically on the, urban renewal plan designation for the national site.
Oh, okay. So is there another time I should come and call back or
It's gonna be on this meeting, just at a later point in the meeting.
say that
During,
again? I didn't.
we're gonna have two public hearings, in the regular course of the meeting after this hearing. So it should be here in the meeting probably within the next, let's say, within the next 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sounds good.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you for being on
Okay.
there. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the public period on the urban renewal plan designation for national grid? Hearing none, we will move to the next item. Next, we will have a swearing in Mrs. Sherman Turner to the Board of Elections in town of Fort Sites. Ms. Turner, please come forward. And to everyone who's in the audience this evening, Ms. Turner is a resident of the town of Fort Sites. She is filling a vacancy that was created on our Board of Elections when one of our recent members decided to resign. So she's going to be filling that spot. And we know that you're very familiar with the town of Fort Sites. You've worked for the town in the past and a long time right now, Miles Drive. Agreeing to the one board. Bear with us just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. So, like, we share sound on this thing, about
Yes, I'm familiar with the elections. I'm originally from the Midwest, so I used to be. So I used to run on the whole time, like, not to see the voters and make sure they don't lose. Make sure no one gets lost. So I'm familiar with that. That's.
Well, we're glad to have you somebody to take the most seriously. We'll swear in.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to switch. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand, push it up to the Bible. I state your name, do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
Support the Constitution of the United States.
and that I will be faithful
And I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
to bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland,
to Maryland
and support the Constitution
and support the Constitution
and laws thereof,
and laws thereof.
and that I will,
And that I will,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
to the best of my skill and judgment,
diligently and faithfully,
diligently and faithfully,
without partiality or prejudice,
without partiality or prejudice,
execute the office of
execute the office of
Board of Election
Board of Election
for the town of Forest Heights,
to the town of Forest Heights,
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and laws of this state.
and the laws of this state.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a photograph.
Yes, I
That work? At this time, we will now have a brief update from Greenville Consulting Group. This is the town's lobbyist. They'll be providing an update on legislative action and items in Annapolis. Are they online?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We have Ms. Kelly Kennedy from County Island. We have Mr. Jonathan Parker, so I can see his name, he's actually there. If we can go to Mr. Greenwell.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, we can. Perfect, thanks for joining me.
So I'd like to start out, I'll tell you a little bit about what's going on, and then Leslie Felice with our office will talk about some of the pieces of legislation that we're dealing with. Right now, the legislature is at about 2,000 pieces of legislation. About 900 plus in the House and 900 plus in the Senate. Again, as I reported last time, normally we don't have this until the end of February, or at least 2 weeks from now. So everything's moving at a very fast pace, Mayor and Council. The budget continues to be the number one topic because of the shortfall. I will tell you that most of the delegations have come to the reality that they have been limited in the amount of legislative bond initiatives, which you usually use to try to get funding for our municipalities and other entities. So they have put a limit on the number of LBIs and the amount of the LBIs that each delegation is allotted. So we've been working closely with Muse and other delegation members to try to get the funding that we've been working for Foresight. So moving forward with that, but keeping in mind that the budget and the shortfall is real. That leads me to two major topics at the legislature this year. iGaming. I know that iGaming has been a topic over the last couple of years, but this may be the year that iGaming comes forward. We see it right now. It will probably be a referendum for the iGaming in order for it to move forward. So it wouldn't get implemented this year, but it looks like there's a bill by Senator Watson that may be combined with some other legislative initiatives that would put iGaming as a referendum. Therefore, during an election, it would be put forward in the state amongst everybody to vote on. So we're keeping a close eye on the iGaming again because of the revenue shortfall. That's why we see iGaming as viable this year. Just looking for ways to bring in new revenues. The other big issue this year is juvenile justice. Juvenile justice has been a big topic across the state and over in DC, spills over into Maryland. So there are a lot of juvenile justice bills and juvenile justice reform that the governor is pushing. So those are really two of the major topics at the legislature right now. I will now let Leslie talk about some of the specific pieces of legislation that we've been working on also.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Ms. Leslie, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
So just wanted to add on to some of the comments Jonathan gave regarding our initiatives. Speaking on the one specific to the town and increasing the local impact grant, one of the things that our team is working on is, of course, making sure to speak to Senator Muse, who is the sponsor of the bill and has been a great ally. And also we have to make sure to stay in communication with members of the Budget and Taxation Committee who will be voting on this bill. Right now, it's very important for our team to make sure to brief them on why this is a critical need for the town, because the next step will be for them to vote on the bill. So we are monitoring that and making sure that we notify you when that is on the voting session. So that's just something to keep on your radars in terms of our specific initiatives. I did want to briefly just point out two bills that I thought would be of interest to the town. One is Senate Bill 14, which is a bill that is that would allow for municipalities to be designated as tourism zones. I think this is a good bill for you all to just keep in mind as you're working on your economic development initiatives, because if this bill passes, it would allow, again, for you to be designated as a tourism zone, and you would get some incentives for taxes and for bringing in local businesses. So again, something to keep in mind. And the second bill I wanted to bring to your attention is Senate Bill 155, which is a bill regarding noise abatement monitoring systems. This bill was brought in specifically by the Prince George's County delegation members because this has been an ongoing issue in the area with loud motor vehicles waking up residents in early mornings. So this bill is looking to combat that. I'm not sure if this is an issue here in the town, but if it is, I definitely recommend keeping an eye on this bill as well as it moves along. But those were two major bills I wanted to bring to your attention today. If there are any other bills on the bill trackers we've been sending that you want us to speak to sponsors about or get more information, feel free to email or call us because we are available for that as well. But I'll open it up for any questions now.
Further questions for the Greenville Consulting Council? Councilmember Robinson.
Question about one of the bills about, I don't know the bill number, whether it's in the bill about reducing the funding from the state with the municipalities having their audits. Can you give us some, insight into that bill?
Yes,
So-
oh, go ahead, John.
So House Bill 165, it is a bill that has, it came back in a different form this session. It was filed last year. However, this year, it specifically speaks to a municipality or a county or a special taxing district. If they are just 1 year late on their audits, they could have several damages or penalties. Police aid could be withheld, 20% of your police aid, public safety aid from the state. Transportation funds, highway user funds could be withheld. So there are several things that are in this legislation that are really terrible for the municipality. So again, HB 165 again is a bill that came up last year. It came back this year in a different form, and it's a little more it's worse for the municipalities and counties because of the penalties that are being stated in the bill.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia. It's for Greenwell. Council President
I have just one question regarding the budget and I guess the shortfall and it being a priority of discussion. And where would that, or how would that affect the town in terms of the funding that we were, I guess, expecting to get?
So we've been working closely with Senator Muse, as we said, and the delegation members as they try to find our fair share, I'll put it like that, in the legislature. Again, when we ask for $1 million here or $1 million there, then we can expect that maybe we'll get 500,000. So we are monitoring it closely. As we continue to work on the LBIs that have been submitted and other legislative initiatives, we will keep the town and keep you council abreast to what we're doing and where we're at. Right now, we feel good about some of our initiatives. We just have to continue to monitor and advocate on behalf of the town.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter and Ms. Felice. At this time, thank you for the update. We're going to move on to the next presentation. Next, we'll have Ms. Kelly Kennedy. She is with the LBI Group, Historical Publications Incorporated, which is a group that handles printing of newsletters for localities and other organizations. Is Ms. Kelly Kennedy still on?
Good evening, Mayor Lilly.
Good evening, Ms. Kennedy. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing well. Thanks for joining us this evening.
I appreciate the invitation.
Yes. Thank you for being here. At this time, I was wondering if you could give a brief, maybe 1 or 2 minute overview to the council about the service that LBI provides, and then we'll open it up to questions from council.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. LPI has been in business for over 50 years, and our purpose is to work with nonprofits, municipalities, community centers, senior centers, anybody that does a newsletter. We work very closely with you as a partner to print your newsletter at no cost. And the way that we can do or provide this service to you is we have an advertising sales rep that we would send out into your community to work with the area businesses for their advertising support. through this advertising support, then we're able to supply you with the printed copies at no cost. Newsletters, as you know, because your community does one, they're a great way to keep in contact with the residents, get not only upcoming events out there, but keep them abreast of what's going on. You know, it's great for community support, keep people active, highlight different members of your team, let them know the different dates, important dates that are coming up. But unfortunately, printing costs are escalating, and it's getting harder and harder for you, the municipality, to pick up that cost. So that's where LPI can step in and help you. We'll absorb that printing cost. It's still your responsibility as far as the distribution, but we will take on that printing cost. All of our publications are full color. They're collated, stapled, delivered to your location, ready to be sent out. Currently, we're working with Edmonston and Capitol Heights in your area. And tomorrow night, we're in front of the board in Berwyn Heights. Hopefully, we'll be bringing them on as a partner as well. So I had reached out to Mayor back in the fall, and we had met. We went over our program. I think that your town would be a perfect fit for us. We would love to work with you. So I'm here this evening to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Councilmember Noble.
In reference to the two municipalities, Berwyn Heights and Capitol Heights, have you produced a newsletter for them?
So the two that have officially come on board are Edmonston and Capitol Heights. And yes, Edmonston, we published their first issue. It was just February 1st. They just launched theirs. And Capitol Heights will be launching April 1st. So I can forward via email a copy of what the Edmonston newsletter looks like.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I could also put you in touch with, we worked with obviously the mayor, but our main contact, or my main contact there, is Rod Barnes. I can also put you in touch with Rod if you would like to get a recommendation or a referral on our process.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Bronson.
Yes, I have a question, are there restrictions or limitations as far as page limits, advertisement pages, the specifics of the newsletter? Is that limited to a minimum or is there a maximum? So how is that negotiated?
That's a very good question. So as part of the agreement, and we ask that you sign an agreement, it's an agreement, not a contract, because no money is going to actually go between us. But part of the agreement is that it is a set schedule with a set number of pages and number of copies that we will provide you. So when I met with Mayor, we spoke about, tentatively, we spoke about a monthly publication, 16 pages, and we would print 1,700 copies. Of those 16 pages, your town would have 13 pages for content, and we would take 3 pages for advertising. The advertising pages always stay the same. It doesn't go up or down based on the issue. It stays that number until, say, if 6 or 8, 9 months down the line, you say to me, wow, it's really become successful, we need more pages. Then at that time, we can take a look. As long as the advertising revenue supports it, we can always grow the newsletter. So it's not like you have to always stay at the 16 pages that we're tentatively talking about. We can do the growth, but per the agreement, we arrive at a size and a number of copies and, go from there.
In addition to that question, you said as long as the advertisement supports it. So if we can't get the 3 pages of advertisement, that's allowed, how would that affect the contract?
So the only time that would be an issue is if you did come to me and you said, okay, we want to grow. And at the current agreement, we weren't making enough revenue. We could never come back to you and say, oh, we didn't sell enough advertising, so we're not going to do this. Once we sign the agreement for you, with you, whether we're making enough money or not, we're in that agreement with you through the term of the agreement. But if 6 months from now, you come to me and you say you want to go up by 4 pages and we're not quite at the break even point, then I would have to say, well, no, we have to stay right where we're at right now until we do get to the break even point. So it's not like we would take anything away. The growth of the newsletter is just sometimes dependent on the advertising revenue.
And my last question is, you said as long as the term of the agreement, so what terms are the agreements? Are they 1-year increments, 3-year increments, 5-year increments, what are the terms?
We ask that the first agreement that you do with us is a 3-year term so that it gives us the chance to go out into your community and establish the relationships, let the businesses know that we're working with Forest Heights, we're here to stay, and that this publication is here to stay. So the 3 years is what gives us the time to really build up that relationship. After the 3-year agreement, then we can go on a yearly agreement or however often you feel comfortable. But we do ask that the first one be 3 years.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Thank you for coming out early and on the meeting. So you said 16 pages. Is this 11 by 17, which would count for 4 8.5 by 11 per sheet?
Correct. Yes, yeah. So we print on that larger size and then fold it in half. So when you're looking at it, it'll be an 8.5 by 11 newsletter stapled in the middle.
So if we have actually more pages 1 month versus the next, how would that affect the contract or agreement?
You're currently printing how many pages?
Well, I'm looking at the one for February, and this is 20 pages.
Oh, okay. Then we would, and to be honest, like I said, we talked in the fall. So this was just sort of a starting point. If you're already at 20, then I would need to take a look at it to see what all's included in it, but we would probably most likely, because we do in increments of 4, we'd either do the 20 and have to tighten some things up, or we would go to 24 pages to include the advertising pages.
I was just curious because there are some months where it is not 20 pages, so that's the only reason I'm asking. I'm sure what's in here could be modified to fit the format. I was just curious if that was discussed at all.
So what we do with Edmonston, because they brought up basically the same thing that you're saying, they know that in the fall, in preparation of election, and then, gosh, there was another issue, but they knew that they would need more pages. So the way we worked the terms of the agreement was, we did 9 issues of a 16-page and 3 issues of a 24-page. Then you decide, you can tell us which months you want to use those larger issues, which months you want to use the smaller ones, but at least it gives you that option of having a couple issues that will be extra pages.
Thank you.
So and I would work this out closer if we would, take that next step. But even if you said, well, we would like 6 issues at 24 pages and 6 issues at 16, we can make that split anywhere. But that is a great question because you're right. Municipalities, you have certain times of the year where you're going to need a couple extra pages or you have more things to go in. So that is something that we can work out.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for coming. So 2 questions. One is, do you offer digital newsletters?
I think I heard you say, do we offer a digital copy?
Yes.
Yes, we do. And I said that in my intro. So in addition to the printed copies, you would receive the printed copies within 5 to 7 days of transmitting it to us, but the digital copy is available within 2 hours of when you transmit the newsletter to us. So yes, you will also get the digital copy along with the printed copies.
Okay, I didn't realize that. And then also, as far as you're going out into the community, does that mean going out to speak to business owners and if these, I guess I'm trying to get clarity in terms of the content and the businesses that will be highlighted in the newsletter? Are they local businesses, businesses that you all have the choice of putting into the newsletter? Just trying to get clarity on that things.
You all have great questions. So, and Mary Lily had asked me about this. So we value your input. And what happens is after you sign the agreement, we would have a meeting with whoever would like to be involved. And it would be myself, the advertising rep that will be coming out, and then the advertising sales manager. And we ask for your input at that time. So again, keep in mind that we're a 50-year-old company, that we respect our reputation as much as we respect your reputation. So we're going to call on businesses that are that would make sense to be in your publication. But with that being said, we do have that meeting and we say to you, are there specific businesses that you would not deem appropriate to be in your newsletter that you do not want us to call on? You have the input. We can even build in, if you would like, we can build in a clause in the agreement that says you have final say over any ad that would go in there, so that nothing would be printed or nothing would make it to print until you had the final say. So we do value your input on the businesses that we will call on. But again, I mean, keep in mind that we're reputable, we're out there, we're relying on getting a good recommendation from you to go on and hopefully find some other communities in your area. So the advertising sales rep is really going to concentrate on the businesses that make sense to be in your newsletter, the businesses that want to reach your residents.
So just for clarity, you all would, I guess, in this building a relationship with the community, talk to business owners about advertising in the Forest Heights newsletter. And I guess I'm just trying to understand too, how would, or where would we come in, I guess, a representative who would go along with LPI into these establishments to talk about their businesses being placed in the newsletter?
In most cases, our advertising rep, they come into the community for 2 weeks. They're in, even if they're not local, they'll come and they'll stay in your area for 2 weeks, and they go out, they go knocking on doors, they make phone calls, they send emails, and we ask that you provide a letter of reference. But short of that, you don't necessarily need to get too involved, because they'll have samples. They'll take samples of the Edmonston newsletter. They'll take samples of the Capitol Heights. They'll have some other information on LPI that they'll be able to share with the businesses. And then this letter of referral from Forest Heights that says the town of Forest Heights is in a partnership with LPI Communities to publish their newsletter, and that it will be provided to the town at no cost based on advertising. So the letter will introduce LPI and also explain why the advertising support of the community is so important. And that's really our model for how we work with the businesses in your community and get the support, is through that letter of referral, and then just the advertising rep going out and meeting with the business owners face to face.
Councilmember Noble.
I have a question on the cost for advertisers. The town of Forest Heights, once upon a time,
within their newsletter, they had, spaces for ads, and those ads basically paid for the printing of the newsletter. So, and that's from real estate brokers, real estate agents, just various people within the community. So how, or how much would it cost? Because I think that will also, determine who would advertise, and then how do we open it up to those people just in the community that may want to advertise? So what would the cost be for a page? Is it quarter? Is it a quarter of a page, a quarter of a page? Or is it half of a page? Just what is the cost?
Okay, I can also send a rate card with the different sizes and the rates to Mayor Lilly, and then he can send it out. But basically, our smallest size is a one space that if you picture the size of a business card, that's basically the size of the one space, and that's the smallest. And for a year, so it's for 12 issues, full color, and they have the ability to change their ad 4 times throughout the year at no cost. It would be approximately $475 for that business card ad. So we go anywhere from that business card ad all the way up to a full page. Please don't quote me because I'm not the advertising sales reps do, but I believe a full page is full color is close to or right around 2,000. I think it's right around 2,000, but I can send that rate card. But the smallest one, which is very popular with a lot of businesses because it gets their name out. They feel like they're participating. That is $475 for the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, council? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Kennedy, for answering questions and for giving us more information about how your service works.
I will follow up with you, Mayor, with the rate card and then with the issue that Edmonston just printed so that you'll be able to share that with all the other council members.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you very much.
And we will have the department head reports, and we will begin with treasurer's report. Mr. Frankenfield, is he on?
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. We provided our monthly reports through January. Probably the most significant item to note was revenue or property tax cash receipts in January was approximately $400,000. January is the best month for property tax collections. So now through the end of the year, that pretty much slows to close to zero. And then spending was pretty much on par with budget. If you look at our budget, our second graph, you can see where we are year to date. All of our budget activity is running about less than 50% or at 50%. So spend looks good, and we're in compliance with budget. As far as other items we've been working on, we're still wrapping up the 21 audit. We filed and sent all the vendor 1099s for fiscal year 23 on the last week of January. And we're working on documenting policies and procedures in preparation for our hires and standardizing our processes. So I'll stop there. Any questions?
Yeah, so the question from council for the treasurer's report for this month.
I just have a question.
Councilmember Bronson.
You said that you are documenting procedures. What specifically, what procedures are you documenting?
Just so it's pretty much specific task related things. I'll use, for example, the personal property billings came out over the last 2 months, and we've handwritten, the clerk's going to do this piece, my team's going to do this piece. Those are the types of procedures that we're documenting currently, then with the goal of consolidating all those singular memos into one accounting policies and procedures document to share with everyone.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lawson. Are there any other questions or comment on the finance report for this month? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the next report. Next, we will have the Department of Public Works. Yeah.
The report was set forward. I have not to report. Here's the questions. I'll take it next
Yes, I have a question. It's related to some of the other activities we're going to be doing within the town, specifically leaf collection, coal patching, power repair. Could you speak to the plan for some of those activities? Also, the street at the residential Miles Drive.
Thank you. As to the leaf collection, we are, at the time, we are now scheduled to go back throughout the town and to clean up certain neighborhoods. Of course, we have to notify residents that we're coming through. As to the Arapahoe water main break, since last week, WSSC has been working, and they're still there, currently working right now. The water main has been, according to them, the water main was broken under the road where the ravine runs, and they're currently trying to deal with the pressure. Now, no resident had called and said, well, my pressure is low, and because they had to get us working on that water main break. Now, they're still there, and they're not complete, so we are at the mercy of WSSC, and once they're complete, then we'll know, and the resident will be notified.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. So 2 questions on the leaf collection. We got a study we can share of regular dates that happen, or how residents will be notified.
So right now, since we are short staffed, and we are in the process of hiring certain people, but I'm thinking by next week, we should be providing the weather maintains. We be able to start a fresh start, and at least Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. That would be the days that we would be scheduled to go through each neighborhood. Now we're actually surveying some of the neighborhoods right now where the current leaves are gathering on corners, and so before we could actually get involved with that, I'm thinking next week would be the best time, providing the weather doesn't snow or anything like that, we can get back to our regular pattern. And as far as the coal patch is concerned, we do have coal patch. We do have some of our coal patch in our inventory. And once we solve some of the issues with the water main break, especially on Black Hawk Lane, I'm sure that that's another issue because of the water table being high at this time. We have a lot of water just coming out on the streets. Some of it is causing, streets to pop. And so we're fixing them as soon as we see them. But as far as Black Hawk Lane, that is something that I'm going to, once we get the roads repaired, the alley repaired, which I'm sure we have on the schedule, and maybe Mr. O'Connor can speak on the alley, with the company that's going to be doing the work there.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Councilmember Noble.
I just had a quick question about the leaf pickup. Is this with the leaf bag?
Yes, that's with the leaf bag. We would actually go out as a team, load the leaves into one area, and then use the leaf bag to bag them. Using the truck, the pull behind leaf bag that's pulled behind the truck.
Councilmember Brunson.
You mentioned, the pothole repair, that big hole on Seneca Drive. Is that on the radar to be fixed? Drive. Is that on the radar?
It's on the radar along with a few other.
So what's the plan for repairing it?
So basically, right now, that big pothole, for now, until we are able to get that road properly fixed, we have to use the cold patch. It's only a buffer.
Okay, but when is that gonna be done? When you gonna use the full patch?
Well, we can actually do that if we can, depending on our schedule, we can actually put it on the schedule and have it done this week.
Can you do that? Will you do that?
I can call you once it's.
You don't need to call me, you can just do it. You don't need to call me, just do it.
Mr. Rodriguez, I think, if you can go back and assess how much manpower you have and what's a reasonable schedule to get it done, obviously can't all be done at once, but if you can come up with a plan for, how it can be done and over what time period. And, we can warn residents, I think that we'll be very different when we can hold ourselves accountable to it. But it should be a realistic one. It should be a realistic one.
Realistically, if we put aside everything again, we are very short on manpower. And if we put aside some of the other projects that we normally do, we can make it happen. We can choose a day to make it happen. So if I should say this Friday, let's put it like that. This Friday will be good.
Well, once you get a chance to assess, you can, just send it to council and let us know, with the realistic deadlines you can keep based on the staff you have.
And that's the main pothole on Seneca. That is the main pothole in Seneca that you mentioned that.
The one with the big hole where the drivers have to dodge so they don't burst their tire.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Councilmember Kennedy. Hopefully, there's only one pothole on Seneca. Just for clarification, when it comes to the leaves, we're talking about the leaves that are already there, not residents blowing leaves to the curb when we pick it up, right?
I would love to say leaves that is already there, but residents do blow their leaves when you see those trucks moving around. And when we end up taking their leaves as well.
Okay, but at this point, we are not offering curbside leaf pickup.
No, we're not
Okay,
at this time.
okay. You also mentioned, street repairs. Also, what we have to be cognizant of is when we do have large utility trucks in, like how they work in Arapahoe, that their trucks are not damaging part of the road that we just got repaved. So that's another thing you have to look at when they leave. So instead of them just patching the hole they created, if they damage any of the rest of the asphalt, and they need to repair that also. Because it's like, already. Last thing, you mentioned giving notice when we do things. How are notices put out, or how would a resident know, for example, or we'll just go straight to it, once you're those signs were erected overnight, what type of notice was given to anyone that lived right there where the notices were put?
So we would have to, get flyers made up and DPW go out just on that, in that block, and put notices on it.
Did that actually happen?
Not recently, no.
Okay, we need to do better with communication. We can't just throw a sign in front of somebody's yard telling them they can't park there, and then there's no detail on the sign. If the contractor's not working past a certain time frame in the weekend, then that needs to be put there so that way people can park in front of their own house. This is not directed to you, this is just a general statement. We need to do better with communication.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Bones. As do I agree on that point, and, for the specific situation the Councilmember King is talking about, I'm talking with staff this week, or introducing, a process for us to make sure that when we make a decision, we assess it. And then we decide what we're gonna do based on the options we have, and then we inform residents and council. The plan is informed, means that there is enough notice for people to adjust, to plan, and to prepare. So, I think it's a very important point, so that the work we do is, has into the fact that does not create tension between the town and residents, and we can focus enough time to prepare for whatever it is we're going to do, because we're doing it to serve them. So, just wanted to reiterate that point, and that's something that we're working on specifically because we, staff-wide. Thank you, Mr. Bones.
Thank you.
Any other questions for, the Department of Health report for this month? Okay, next we will move to the Code Enforcement Division. Mr. Green, do you have any, brief highlights, 1 to 2 minutes on your report for this month?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. No, at this time, I really don't have anything. I don't know if you were aware that I was hospitalized last week, so just trying to get things back on track. So I've been spending quite a bit of time behind the desk and trying to catch up with those things that I missed while I was in the hospital. I am prepared to answer the question that you have this time.
Oh, well, we're glad that you're out of the hospital. Good to see you this evening. You look like you're doing very well, which we're glad to see.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the Code Enforcement Division report for this month? None. We will move to the Ombudsman's report for this month. Are there any questions for the Ombudsman's report?
I would like to say that the report was a little more detailed and a little more, explanatory, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, so, for the preparation of the report, we just highlight that Councilmember, I believe Councilmember Watson suggested that there was more information. Good to see, the report was more helpful this morning. Next, we'll have the ARPA project manager. Mr. O'Connor, a brief overview of your report this month.
Not unless the mayor and council have any questions related to the report.
Council President Donald.
I missed you last month, John. You okay?
I'm here today. It's a new week. We're good.
Okay, so thank you, I missed you. So a couple of things, because I, wanted to get clarity on a few things. So the situation on Delaware Drive, we don't need an RFP for that now. We did it first and now we don't, right?
Which one, the speed humps?
Yes.
No, because the pricing is below the actual required amount. So we don't need to bid that.
Okay, good. And then for.
We did need 3 proposals though, so I got 3 proposals.
Okay. Okay, so then, the other thing is the, Arapahoe Drive project.
Yes,
You're in the final phase of that, or?
it is, I think, which was that? You put it up that that project is complete now. We had the final walkthrough, so we did 2 walkthroughs. 3 actually, the first one with the contractor with Chief Reese, and then a second one with Chief Reese and myself to assess the anything that needed to be remedied from that walkthrough, and then a final walkthrough or drive-through walkthrough with the mayor for all the completed of the project. There's some minor warranty work that needs to be done when the weather is warmer for the asphalt. Other than that, everything was satisfactorily checked off on the project is considered complete.
Okay. And there is, so it says we completed the analysis pre-drive to start fixing the issues related to the stormwater thing.
Yes,
So that's still pending as of January 2024. That should have been 2024?
yes.
Yeah. I know that, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
No worries.
There it is on.
Exactly. And then the last thing is, so we went from the bike trails being slow to the bike trails being a faster progress.
Progress could be faster.
Yes,
Yes. So, the feds are still moving slow and there's a lot of funding issues, but, I do believe that we'll have substantial, progress and completion in the very relative future.
Just to piggyback on that, first, this is the repaving of the trails and the installation of the pedestrian bridge.
Correct.
At Oxen, well, where Bellers goes into Oxen Hill Cove Farm Trail.
Yes.
So they haven't started construction, they have.
It does not appear that they've actually started. Okay.
And one last thing about the Department of Justice grant monitoring,
Yes.
where is that from?
So right now, all of the progress reports have been submitted. The user account for Mr. Frankenfield, I believe, has been established. I'm confident it has been established. And then Mr. Frankenfield would have to create an ASAP account. And then based on the reports that we've already been keeping up on for financial reports, we would draw down for that amount of money based on the salaries that it pays the officers. At this point, we're almost 2+ years into the grant, roughly. So we're coming down on the close down period. So I'm estimating that our return on those officers should probably be in excess of 275 to 300,000 based on the last report that was submitted of reimbursable salary expenses. But I want Mr. Frankenfield to actually crunch the numbers on that and make sure everything's good. So please don't hold me to that.
Okay. But we are expecting, I guess, some reimbursement, so that's good.
Yeah, we're expecting up to 500,000, but we will get $500,000 will be deposited before the grant is over.
And then the last thing is the electrical code, 5508. Arapahoe? I'm sorry, the electrical building. Oh, that's. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President, Councilman McKinney.
Just for clarification, pre-drive, are we talking about the upper portion or the lower portion?
So there's a couple of different portions of that. The upper portion of It's both, so this actual project with 500,000 from DHCD will affect the stormwater management infrastructure that's pushing down from Blackhawk down into the 100 block of Bree, not a single block, so down where the hills are saturated into the stormwater management. The upper portion is requiring engineering and will take at least $3.5 million to fix. That is something that, when you're referring to the upper portion, you're referring to Sachem and Creek.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a project that the mayor, myself, Mr. Bill Davis, and Mr. Jones, when he was here, went out and met with the residents that were there. And we went to the backyard. We were able to assess that. CPJ is gonna have to likely come in for engineering on that one. And it's gonna need a retention wall to stop the soil erosion and basically landslide effect from the Sachem roadside, as well as the erosion of the residents' actual property that's being eroded away due to the stormwater management issue with the pipes that run under 210 and down from Sachem. So it's literally eroding their backyards away.
Thank you. And I actually have another question. Is the town treasurer still with us? Yes, that's him right there. Mr. Bakerfield?
Yes, I'm listening. Was there a question,
Yes.
Mayor? I didn't hear the question.
Yes, the question is, what's the status of the audit?
The audit is drafted. It's going through, this is 21's audit. It's going through quality control review. The mayor got, which is essentially the sign off letter today. So we anticipate it's going to go final within the next week. But yeah, I think we're on schedule to wrap up within a week of today.
One more question from Council President McDonald.
I have one quick question, Todd, and that is, given the new legislation regarding penalties to make municipalities and counties with audits, backdated audits, how does that, I guess,
So the Council President, the question, it's proposed legislation in Maryland, Johnson, it has not been passed yet, but if it was, it would affect us. And so, Mr. Best.
thank you.
Typically, when the legislature passes legislation, it has proactive effect, not retroactive effect. So all the outstanding odds of the town are likely to be within the scope of the new legislation.
However, I would add that we are working aggressively to complete the audits that are open and to resume reporting and closing some of our audits on time so that it's not going to affect us in the future. That's our goal.
Mr. Mayor, on the board.
Yes, my apologies. I have a question on one thing you mentioned, Councilmember King Jones. Let me ask this on Creek Drive. So, the upper portion where there's the erosion behind the houses, 5, 4, 7 Creek Drive, and then also that first house in Sachem. Which agency, do we know which agency has the pipes that are running underneath? Because the delegate, Alderman, has been trying to, on our behalf, start a conversation with either the utility or the agency so that we can expedite some of the help and assistance with getting that that situation rectified.
Yes, I have identified it. It is the state of Maryland.
Okay.
In particular, the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Okay.
This Mitch Blackhawk Drive. That's in a draft CIP, and we're just waiting on the money, so no company has been identified. Blackhawk Lane to fix that. Due to the value of that, then we'll have to go through a comprehensive bid process. And maybe award it to multiple companies for layers of work. And then I'm not going to allow someone to the hit on signs going up for no parking. I did go out to those residents' homes, and the other residents did not park their vehicles there because I had already contacted them. There was only one resident in particular that lives on the corner of Road Lane that I was unable to get in contact with. And their vehicle was remaining. So I had to put the signs up because we had tractor trailers coming in. So I'll have the hit on that one, and let Mr. Bill Davis, take that one. That's just, there probably could have been another way to reach out to that particular resident. I failed to do it because, well, I failed to do it. So that's that, I'm doing in the future.
Appreciate that. This wasn't any direct dagger per se.
No.
It's just in general. I mean, we knew prior to the night before that these trucks were coming. So, you know, if we have a couple of days, a week, or a month, you know, we shouldn't wait till the 13th hour. And also, you could, just as a thought, you know, some of the council members or like the officials know different people in town, so you can always reach out and say, hey, do you have a way to contact this person other than knocking on the door? So in that scenario, I believe that particular person reached out to at least 2 elected officials that night.
I have no doubt.
I went by myself personally, and one thing that we did was we got a letter drafted to kind of give the residents context that it wasn't going to be a blanket no parking zone for the entirety. It spelled out the times that no trucks were coming, they'll be able to park continuously, and we wanted them to know for how long to expect the instructions. And lastly, that letter got shared with Council President Donald, Councilman Little. So just to share with councilors in that board is the way we're going to move forward, both to give council members the opportunity to be aware in case someone comes to you with questions. And also reason council because you have relationships with people help to disseminate information better in some cases. Councilmember, is there related to this? Councilmember Wong?
Yes, just want for that all council be notified because I don't think for one thing, someone for their own phone. So just for us all to be abreast of what's going on.
I will say, Councilman Kennedy, I just didn't go out the night before. I was out there a week at least before that. I definitely would have just gone the night before because I know what the mayor and council would have said if I did that. So I promise you that.
Yeah, but just like as Councilman Noble said, you know, the emails, we need transparency. So, you know, it doesn't help if only 3 council or elected officials know what's going on. It needs to be the entire one. Thank you.
Any other questions for the urban project management board? And none, we'll move to the Youth and Community Outreach Bureau here.
Happy Black History Month, everyone. It's my favorite month of the year, so I'm super excited about that. I had a few updates about the last meeting. The first one, Council President, was regarding WAVA for their introducing the Town of Forest Heights to be added at the stop on their annual bike ride. I reached out to Renee twice, once via phone call and once via email to subject back from our initial conversation in December. I have not gotten a response. So if you have another response, and for 988, we spoke about that the beginning of January, due to weather, due to inclement weather the past few weeks. Some of those efforts have been pushed back and postponed due to closing both for the county and for the school systems. But hopefully within the next week or so, we can have a new day and we can go out and get touched in with those schools. As for the upcoming events, for Forest Heights Elementary, they're having a community story time. They are encouraging the council and mayor, as well as the student parents to come out and be a part of this event as well, attending students. So one of the new initiatives that we are eyeing at introducing for the District 8 is the 60 Minutes of Play, which is an initiative
put out by the National Hockey League. They're encouraging kids to get out and do 60 minutes of physical activity every day. Basically what this initiative is, and I want to give credit to Mr. O'Connor for helping me secure this with Tucker Road. They're willing to let us use their ice for 8 weeks in the summer to have this 60 minutes of play. The National Hockey League, they sometimes send out their players to come out and help, but we're waiting to see the overall cost of the program. The cost will be equipment for the youth that want to participate, but once we have those, we can decide whether or not it's beneficial to move forward with that. And I'm going to go over to the Future Flow Vision Board Festival. It's the first collaborative event from Maryland and Council Little, and it's going to be an event where we invite the ages of 10 to 18 out to basically assessment of the first 90 days of the year, create a vision and a plan for how we want to proceed with the remaining 9 months of the year. We're also going to have an open discussion that Mayor Liddy would like to use to get feedback from the attendees, get feedback from the youth, get their ideas on future programming that they would like to see and try to implement those into our future plan. The last thing I want to cover is the Black History Month taking center stage. It's basically a tribute to Black musicians, both locally, nationally, and globally. It's a free event taking place at Harmony Hall. Yesterday was the open reception night, but the exhibition is going on up until throughout March. So it's free for all weather residents of PG County. And I'm open to any questions.
Councilmember Bronson.
I have a question. I think it was nice, our last meeting, Councilwoman Little said that there was gonna be an vision board meeting on the 27th.
That was one of the initiatives that was going to be presented, but it is now going to be the collaborative event with the mayor for March 16th.
What was the one on the 27th?
They were canceling, it was snowing, it was sleep, in January, the 20th, I believe. And the roads and stuff, they were still having ice and
Okay, but it was on the 27th. In the middle of the week. No, 20 was on the Saturday. Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Are there any questions for the youth and community bureau liaison?
I have one comment. So I started my classes at PG County, PG, the community college at 9:30 on Mondays. So I just wanted to get my report, make sure I did that, I did not take long. Talk about excuse myself. Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't like it.
Question, are you taking advantage of the free tuition?
Yes, I am. And you have to make sure you're I'm sorry, you have to make sure you're passing these classes, or else you have to pay back the money that they gave. So I need to make sure that I'm doing what I need to do.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, for the updates. You were definitely excused. Thank you. Have a good night, class. Next, we have police department's report. Bruce, you have do you have a brief overview for your report?
Other than the issues, staff, as, we want to add, as Mr. Holland believes, in November, I know, with, help with Mr. Jones, we actually petitioned, our county council, Ed Burrows, for some money for our POW. So we actually received, he's given us 87,000 for our POW programs. We're gonna use for the spring and summer. So for those initiatives, especially with Mr. O'Connor with the National Hockey League, I don't think that we're gonna be looking for any funding. So we're gonna be good with that as well. So the resolution for acceptance should be coming forth. So thank you to Mr. County Councilman Earl Burrows for that. But other than the report, do you have any questions?
Just curious, what are we doing about finding a CDL driver with us?
So, we currently have a CDL, one of our, public works employees is CDL, has an endorsement. It's commercial driver's license.
Thank you.
Councilmember, thank you, Councilmember Little, Councilmember Noble.
I have a question, Chief, on, let's see, we only had 2 animal complaints, and that's great. But a resident called me about a pit bull killing a dog and attacking her as well. So can you speak on, or can we put something in the newsletter about pit bulls? Because are they banned from the county?
So, I do know the notation pressures. Pit bulls, full breed pit bulls are illegal in the county. Now, you start getting into the weeds, when people say they're not pit bulls, but they may be American bully. And so, they have some of the similar features, but only an animal expert can determine what it is. So what we do is for the police department is we normally notify animal control, and they conduct follow-ups. As far as the attack for the dog, we were made aware of that after the fact. They did call 911, but they were only sent medical technicians for that, and then they left. But the police department did do a follow-up and make notification to the animal control, and they did send personnel out.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bronson.
Yeah, Chief, can you just mention to the council about the certified citations?
Absolutely. So, I was gonna get for my town administrator report.
Okay.
But.
Oh, yeah, ITA.
Annual time administrator. Are there, so just to follow up on the issue with the dogs, was that a situation where you weren't able to determine whose animal it was?
So no, we know exactly who animal it was, so what we do, so that it, unfortunately, it was an incident where a dog got out and attacked another dog and. But so what we do is, we do what's called an animal right report that has the document, and that's for Prince County. And then we automatically, long as the animal did not bite a human, if it did bite a human, we also send that to the hospital as well, so they can get the information from the dog control office and things like that. But then we forward that report to animal control. And so once that happens, the police department is really pretty much out of it, because the animal control doesn't follow up and determine if through county regulations, if they need to come take the dog or something like that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Yes. Any other questions for the police department report for this month? Hearing none, we'll move to Councilmember Noble.
Last question. I noticed that the stop sign, the monitoring device is gone. Is it gone? Has our trial period run out, or is it placed somewhere else?
So yes, the trial period has run out, and so what we're doing is, he's actually compiling the data, and once he's gonna present it to us. With that also being said, now, we will also run the test cases, for the legislation that's going on now, so it's actually in the books now. And so we're giving that data to him, so he can present it to the lawmakers. And so once that happens, if legislation passed, is enacted, we will be able to issue citations for it. I will provide this, it's unreal, when people think no one's looking, how many violations are committed. I will, but I will provide a report.
That's a great question. Thanks for asking about that. Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, Chief Reese, can you speak up on 7-Eleven?
Have the cameras been moved or?
So,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. Regardless, so 7-Eleven had a standalone solar, camera, that was done by 7-Eleven corporate. The actual individual stores didn't have any control of that, so all corporate stores received that. And I asked the manager, and she said it was due to funding. And so we know that that camera was, I mean, it's a deterrent. I'm not gonna say, it's still, that 7-Eleven still did get, robbed, but it was a deterrent. So we're actually working with her now, to see if we can do better, maybe adding more additional cameras outside. So we can kind of better monitor that area. So hopefully they'll put it back out there, but she said she had no control of that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Guns, Council President McDonald.
So Chief Reese, we talked about, Ring and the, new reporting of them, I guess, removing the option of speaking to or capturing that information at least. But I thought also that there was some, I guess, exceptions to the rule.
So Ring is adding another layer of protection for their customers regarding to releasing footage to law enforcement. And so normally Ring comes to us and then we have a special law enforcement portal that we go through. And so the owner has to go through another step to provide and to release that footage. I personally believe that it's another barrier because the time that's gonna elapse for them to do that, it's gonna send like some like questionnaires, do you wanna do, are you sure, and things like that. And so what we're doing is, that's just what we're, now there's other companies out there that's not doing that. I'm not advocating to pay them, but like, Google has cameras, we also have Vivid and other ones like that, but we're still monitoring it though. Now, people are definitely welcome, like I receive, if they want to send it to the police department, they can send it as regular information link to our email. And once they do that, we're able to see it, just like if they were sending it to anybody else. So it's just not, we don't have access to the portal unless the resident specifically says they want Forsyth PD to have access to it. But we're working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. If there are no further questions, we will move to Town Administrator for the
I provided a monthly report for January. January was a pretty good month. Well, I attended the committee meetings with the council and public. Regarding some tasks that we can kind of bring to life, and maybe we can some different things. So, Councilmember Browson did bring up regarding the pool enforcement. So the issue was that maybe the residents were not receiving the citation because of certified mail, they may not be home, have to go to the post office. So what I told the committee was that I'm gonna go see what other people are doing. So I went to Prince George's County Department of Permanent Inspection and Enforcement and asked what are they doing regarding certified mail. They said that they are the first order of notice of violation, they're sending it out regular mail. And then once they send it out regular mail, they also post it for residents with an environment. And they also take a picture. So that's what they're doing. But they do send certified mail if the inspector requests that. The other level was they actually have another portal to which that they can actually get the deed of the house. And so they can see who is on the record, because the that system that they use may not always be current, and it takes a while to get updated. So, but the deed is who actually owns the property. So that's ways that I had a conversation with Mr. Green. To it. And so I had a conversation with our attorney. We're gonna have further conversations about seeing we can do to put that in policy.
that actually, it takes, as people, turnover, that it actually people know how, or what to expect as far as a violation of improve our communication. So, we'll be doing that, I can update once again, once we finish with that.
So let me just follow up real quick on that. Municipal infraction citation service process is governed by state law, municipal corporation law. The law for civil infractions of the county is slightly different. You gotta follow the local government article under the municipal corporations article. And you have to do the minimum for a municipal infraction. Now, a criminal misdemeanor, the notice requirement is left to ordinance. But if you're gonna issue a municipal infraction, which is a civil infraction, you gotta at least meet the minimum required by state law, which is service process in accordance with the Maryland rules, personal service, or after good faith efforts fail, then you can post the property. So that's the alternative. So you gotta follow the rigorous requirement of state law for municipal infraction.
Yeah, I just want to, so,
Question, real quick. So what is the specific requirement of the state law? Does it outline anything like certified mail or regular mail with the department?
Well, for civil, there's depends on the penalty clause of the local ordinance, whether it's criminal misdemeanor or municipal infraction. So municipal infraction, you have to have personal service first on the defendant. If after good faith efforts like evasion of service process that doesn't work, then you can send it by just regular first class US mail to the defendant's last known address. And you post the citation on the front door on conspicuous place on the property. And that will satisfy service process. And of course, when the municipal citation is filed for adjudication, the town will file an affidavit of service to basically state how service is protected. Thank you.
And Chief, is something else to add?
yes, so I think, so our first thing, trying to notify first thing on the door. We're gonna do certified maybe at the later. Well, the first thing we wanna do is really try to understand compliance. And that's what we want as a town, so making sure that the resident get the information rather than like, said, going to the post office and that delays a little bit. So we're working on it. So, the next thing I have, Mayor and Council, as you know, I know people probably seeing that, Pepco has, they contracted with a tree company that's cleaning the rims away from the power line. I did get some, I guess it was part of the tree program. It's not, that's Pepco. So, actually, Mr. O'Connor, earlier last year had requested, for them to come out and do it, and they are just now doing that permission request. To come out and clean trees, so they're going in this whole area, and having seen them on Lincoln Road, so be aware that it's Pepco's contracted company that's doing it. Obviously with everything else, they did the other committee meetings and things like that, so, just to give an update, last week was a very, week to try to, fill some of our vacancies. I had multiple, interviews and, trying to pull, qualified candidates to present to the council. I did have, some qualified candidates, wrapped up by, in the last week. And, I'm going to, gonna have another follow-up meeting with the mayor. And, if they, pass that, then I will present it to the council. So the next, meeting may have some, applicants that come before you, for positions of, improvement and the admin assistant and the accounts payable. So those are the ones that I've been kind of headhunting to try to get filled. Other than that, obviously, I did hear, someone on the meeting regarding the trash pickup. I think our communication with our good vendor has been increased. We've been talking to office manager, especially during the inclement weather, and try to see when they're all, when they're gonna come out and when they're not gonna come out. And so, we have better communication with them. Going forward with, the impact of the inclement weather that we had, we have a couple of books out there. This was pretty much like the first, I guess, storm event that the town of Forest Heights used its own personnel to clear the streets. I think they did a very good job, as when that came through, but we probably could increase the communication with good, especially on the street of Black Hawk Lane. Obviously, that is an important street that ices up from the weather. We did have some communication with good, but obviously that street is just notorious. And unfortunately, they can't just put the trash in the front of the home because they have an enormous amount of steps in front of the house. And, so what we did was, we worked with the company and they said that they will come back and return. And they backed down the street instead of pulling on the street. And they did get their, trash picked up on that Thursday. It didn't happen on Monday, but they did get it picked up on Thursday. So, with that, I'll take the question.
I just want to say, first of all, Chief Bruce, thank you for what you're doing as our chief and as our interim town administrator. I just want to let you know that that is well received. Thank you.
Councilmember Noel.
Just one comment, ITA. They have started planting trees as well. Yes, okay. Thank you.
So the tree program, it has put out, this will come. But, state have had, as a report for the tree program, with our partnership with the, Prince George County Department of Environment. It has trees everywhere. They have started, I do remind that this had foresight is going to be first in Prince George's County. And so, there were some things that we could have done better, but we're learning. And, the biggest thing is we want to make sure that we have that communication with the resident. And so I know countless times that myself and Mr. O'Connor, we told, the contractors and the representative of Prince George's County, if you have anything that's wrong with a resident wants some more clarification, call us. And we did that. I stopped what I'm doing and I went actually talk to the resident. And so they can actually get an understanding of what's going on. Most of the time, the resident just wants to know. And, we did that too, just to make sure we get that information. Sometimes they didn't see what was going on in the newsletter. And I tell them, I say, hey, listen, you gotta read the newsletter because if something may impact you, it's going to be in there. And I think the town did a wonderful job to make sure that the residents and all Prince County was doing as well, making sure that the residents knew. Of course, you have some of few that don't read the communication from the government, but we still work with them. We're not saying that we shut them off, but it's compromise, and I think that's what we've been gaining out there, and I think the residents appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Noel.
Comment on communication. This is English. So we need to understand that our community is English speaking and also other languages. So we need to just find a way, and this may go to the LPI, then how do we communicate with everyone? Thank you.
I think the mayor and I actually spoke about that, and I think we have a good idea. Of course, we want to make sure that we are communicating effectively to all of our residents, no matter what their nationality is. And so we want to get a list of residents, to make sure that, we're developing, if they want a newsletter or something in another language, instead of printing the same amount that we will print for all of our homes, we may do a special one for them to make sure they have access to it. I think that may be the best way of doing it, and it's cost effective. But these ones, and we're also, developing a list to where it's that if anything, any type of corresponding with data that the town may have, we know that, 123, whatever street, they need to get a Spanish newsletter or another type of newsletter. And so we're creating a list through the system that we have. So I think that's what the problem is.
Councilwoman.
Yes, last comment on that, I appreciate that, and just looking at this newsletter, page 6. We're saying to those who speak another language, if you want it, you need to go here. Community, if I'm in a community, I wanna go there, because this whole thing could have been in Spanish, and that could have been an English page, right? You go there. You know what I'm saying? So that's the sense of community that we need to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Noble.
That's it, Council.
Thank you, Chief Priest. Mr. O'Connor has something to add on the.
I do, it's actually on the town and the town administrator report. The light poles, the mayor and council been asking about Petco. We have work order tickets in for all of them, and when the chief and I were out in the community, we got to experience some of the other issues that are going on, and the lights are and they were reported out in multiple places. Well, we have tickets in with Petco. We need more support from the residents, because I had to explain to a lot of residents that the town is not on those poles, the town is not on those lights. So there's a misconception in that. So what I asked is for their support to go ahead. I showed them where the pole number was, and I said, please notify Petco that this is out as well, right? Squeaky wheel gets the grease. So there may come a point where we're gonna have to escalate that to the government representative with Petco, because to get everything cut out here, those tickets were only over 7 months. So the trucks you're seeing out there, those 7 months worth of tickets sitting there. I know they're backed up, but this is a safety issue. And I would ask residents that they do see it out, not only report it to iWorks where we're putting the ticket in, but please place the ticket in yourself when you see the phone number there. Yeah, it would help us extremely in the process.
On that note, I think we're definitely at the point where we, if someone can get to me or to Chief Reeves or both of us, the number of streetlights that are outstanding and waiting past the 45-day period, so we can get those, we can send to them information about what we need them to do and what's behind. Hopefully that includes a streetlight that's on Woodland Drive, I believe it is. A resident emailed about that. Is it Woodland and Seneca?
Seneca was maybe 3 months ago.
Most of the one across.
They're all well over the 45-day deadline at this point. And pre-drive happens to be one of the extremely where that runs out, and it is a public safety issue. So, yes, they are all over that.
Well, yeah, we want to escalate that now, because we're at the point where we need to get them to do something and put more pressure on them for response, so that we can get one. Councilman Davey?
Are we still gonna talk to the Petco about switching these out to LED fixtures?
So I attend meetings with Petco routinely, and that is a fiscally based program. So yes, when money is available, and yes, when the community is a priority in the funding queue for all of us. I know that's very indiscriminate.
Thank you, Chief Reeves and Town Administrator, for your report and your questions and comments from council. Next, we will have public period. This is a general public period where members of the community can provide comment for up to 2 minutes. Is there anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak during this time, or anyone online who would like to provide a public comment at this time? If you would, please come forward and give your name and your street name, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lou Collins, off 139 South Maryland.
Good evening.
Okay. Just, first one, broken pipes, because there's one outside my house in the street and it's causing a sinkhole. The sinkhole's been filled once before, but it's sinking in again. I'm pretty sure that's the issue, and I know that maybe there's been a mention of like certain structural issue, and I'm wondering if maybe the town might want or someone could come out and specifically look at that one, because it's not a pothole. The other thing is, are you guys doing any kind of, it sounds like you're doing certain preemptive fixes on things like that, or are we waiting for them to burst?
Well, I'd say for WSNC is the vendor that owns the businesses that are in the town's locality.
Check on me.
It's always
Make sure I go.
WSNC customer advocate this week.
Yeah, I did. I did go to sleep.
They're
Yeah.
different sides in the house, so we are in conversation with them.
Over there. I said,
I have a number of
she
things to
there. She in the back.
First, we touch with wholesale part of leasing, as opposed to leasing.
Should I reach out to the person?
Yes, you can. You can as well. If you have an issue that is immediate or that is pressing. But on the larger scale, we're reaching out to them to start a conversation about the many pipes and fixtures around town that are failing.
The other one was, I put in a couple times, I hadn't heard back. It's a new ordinance that says if you have to fix your own curb or it's the town, because my curb's been made, again, and I put it into the town a couple of times. And I was going to get back to you, but maybe I just missed where they did get back to me. But I was wondering if there's a program for fixing those curbs.
Mr. O'Connor.
I did go out and look at your curve, and I have an improper fix, and we got the full length of curve that needs to be done. It's a part of the capital project. So, it's there. It is a priority. And definitely needs to be fixed.
Awesome. Yeah, I just wasn't sure that. So if we get an email back that says you received your thing, it means that it's been kind of like documented into something, and it's more just trusting the team. It takes things to happen. Situation. Sometimes I can't tell if my message is getting through the right person through the website or to the right department.
It definitely is. iWorks documents everything, and we have to keep track of it in there, and it'll be notified when it's closed. And before the meeting, I'll give you my department cell phone number if you can reach out for any of your concerns. I work with disability schools.
The other one is, what's the responsibility? There's a couple of things about the tree project that is there a flyer with more information like?
Ms. Collins,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that your response, and I think we can actually give Mr. O'Connor a chance to reply, to make sure we keep you to your 2 minutes, since I do that for everyone that comes through. But I really appreciate your questions. I'm glad that we had answers to some of them, probably most of them tonight. And you brought to our attention the sinkhole, or history. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate you coming to students to, you said, South Carolina, I'm sorry. Okay. You brought to our attention the things that we can address, and just appreciate your feedback and involvement. If there were other items to the side of the tree, please feel free to talk with us after, send that as well. Mr.
Hi,
O'Connor.
Mayor.
On the tree program, if we could just speak to really briefly what we did as far as getting the word out and what resident responsibility is surrounding that project.
Sure. So it first started with a discussion with the mayor and council in open session relative to the actual project. And then we had a resolution that was drafted. We had the Department of the Environment come in to our work session meeting several weeks ago at this point. and give a presentation to the mayor and council as to the program and what will be done for the program. And then it was subsequently approved at the business meeting. As far as advertising, we sent out one flyer that went door to door. There was another flyer that was done by Prince George's County Department of the Environment on both sides of the town, door to door. And then another flyer was put into the newsletter. So residents received at least 3 notifications. And then there was also there was an all call. We did the all call, right? Yes, so we did the all call as well as a notification for residents that were registered there as well. And when the flyers went out, they were actually door to door. The people went to the door. In some cases, they did knock on the door. It was also based on the time frame where they put the flyers. The flyers were put onto the doors. Responsibility for the residents. So Prince George's County maintains the trees for the first 2 years that they're planted. They will make sure that they survive, prune, water, and they also have tree buffers put on them. After that, the residents don't have to do anything with the trees. It's not their responsibility to prune them back. It's not their responsibility to cut them. We don't want them to actually do anything with the trees at all. When during the fall time, if the leaves fall down off the smaller trees, of course, that'll be part of the normal leaf cycle that's there. Where it falls in the street, the town process. Other than that, the town assumes responsibility for the overall maintenance and care after the first 2 years of the program for the trees. The species and trees that were installed were done so with very low maintenance, and the town would not have to go ahead and put a lot of personnel effort into the actual care and maintenance of the trees. So the residents really don't have too much responsibility when it comes down to anything with the trees.
Well, I thank you for that, Mr. O'Connor. I do want to note that, some folks are heavily against all the additional leaves, so I understand that. But as far as maintenance and collection of curbside leaves, the town will take responsibility for that. Thank you.
One point for part of these trees is they collect 50 gallons, each single tree holds in 50 gallons of water run. And the reason this is so important is because all of the issues we're having in this jurisdiction with stormwater management, these trees are going to be crucial in pulling that out from the soil, especially on Free Drive. The soil is super saturated up there, and the water is just sitting there running below the soil and the clay. So the more trees that are there and the closer they are grouped together, they're pulling all that water. And it actually multiplies more with the trees that you actually have. So it's an overall effort. It's not just about beautification. In fact, this has nothing to do with beautification. This is about environmental justice. This is about stormwater management. This is about tree management. So
thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Councilman Kennedy.
You mentioned each tree absorbs 50 gallons of water.
Yes.
Is that in what time frame?
So it's based on the tree species, but it's not over a year, right? So you have basically a good solid rain, that tree's pulling in 50 gallons of water while it's soaking it up, but it's a part of the overall tree network. It's not over a year or 2 year period. It's a very short period of time.
But that's also as the tree matures, right?
As the trees are now, they're 50 gallons of water, so it'll only increase as the tree network and the roots actually spread out.
Most trees when you buy them anywhere will have some type of tag telling you what type of species it is. Do these come with them, or are they taking them off? Because I've had questions asked what type of tree it is, and I'm not a tree expert.
I believe, well, I know they're all when they all the truck seed tags and different. They're also using color coding. So if they have the tags, I can ask them to leave the tags associated with the trees. This way people would know what species they are. But in the blueprints that the town has and the electronic app that the town will have once the program is done, you can go right up to whatever particular tree it is, and it'll tell you what it is, where it is, and what it does, and how it does it, and the flowers that bloom. So the town staff will be able to bring that out for you.
One last question that I can think of about the trees. Originally, when we were presented with this program, it was stated that the residents may be able to select a particular type of tree if it's available. Is that still correct, or are they just planting whatever's available?
Well, it's what, right now, tree stock is limited, so we're getting what we can. There was flooding in one state and then there was a drought in another, so they've had to shift states to get particular species. So they're switching that up. If a resident would like a particular species, you know, prior to, them actually digging the hole and planting it, it would be good to ask, and you know, they open Pandora's box here, but if they reach out to staff, we may be able, not shall, you know, I will do my best to accommodate that, but it's done specifically for a reason.
And we were also told or informed that they would not be planting trees that are gonna grow into the wires and lines. Is that still?
Oh, absolutely, yes. And to your point, every tree is installed in the town's right of way, the property that the town usually owns. We are not installing any outside of that right of way. Some trees are a little further back because of the request from their council to accommodate sidewalks. Some areas we had to adjust where they're not that far. So those are the only areas we're not planting.
You brought up another question. So, since the town is responsible for the maintenance of the tree after 2 years, what happens if the roots affect the sidewalks?
So any area that has a sidewalk now has a non-invasive root species tree. It was intentionally done due to the damage that was done, like community gathering place and others. So the trees that are being planted there don't have a large sprawl at the middle of the trees. So the way the roots grow, they actually go straight down versus out and up. There's a lot, but it's been interesting. So we won't have any problems with the sidewalks and our curbs getting pushed out from these trees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. And I believe we have folks with hands raised online, public comment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I think the first one is on the screen. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. If you could give your name, please.
This is Vera Mendenhall. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Just before I get started, I want to let you know, I appreciate the Zoom setup. If I wasn't afraid to be out late at night, I will be there in the meeting with you because it isn't always easy to understand through the mics what is being said. So I wanted to share that with you. The reason I wanted to join the meeting tonight, I'm become very frustrated here lately with our services from our recycle and our garbage collection. Last year, twice I had a problem. I had to contact Forest Heights once in February because somehow or another the worker got distracted. He pulled one bag of trash out of my dumpster and he left the other bag in there. And then for the holiday of Thanksgiving, of course, because the way the trash is divided when it gets picked up, I'm on the west side. So, of course, Thursday is Thanksgiving, and therefore there's no pickup. So you put the trash out Thanksgiving night. Well, the next day, my trash, the trash at 221 and 225, none of us got picked up. But I saw I have security cameras, and the chief who's sitting there, they were all familiar with where I live at 223. You could see on the cameras where the truck came through and made a left off of Onondaga. They never picked up our trash. So this morning, my recycle, it was put out the night before, as always. I went out around 10:15 and they came through at 8 o'clock. And I saw on my camera, they came down Onondaga and made a left. And a worker dumped off the truck to pick up my next door neighbor's trash. All right, when I go out at 10:15 thinking my stuff has been picked up, my can is still full. And it's 2 hours later. So I had to make a beeline and go up to Forest Heights. And I spoke to Miss Darlene and I showed her the security footage to show what had happened. And this doesn't make sense. Our trash, as everybody knows on this call, we only get it picked up and recycled once a week. And I really get upset,
Yes,
especially when it's, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, your time is concluded for your 2 minutes, but thank you for coming on to share the issue you've been having. Chief Reese is actually taking notes right now. I think he's already involved in the situation. When we have issues where residents' trash is not collected, we reach out directly to schedule not a weekly pickup, is that the right term? We scheduled them to come back and collect it. They did not do so. So we'll be doing that and we'll be communicating with you about the issues you've been having. It sounds like you've been missed multiple times and that there's a recurring issue with them completing the trash pickup correctly at your portion. Is it Seneca Drive?
Yes, on Seneca Drive. And also the route, Mayor, the route changed. And when he changed the route, then that causes them to miss picking up. But it still don't make sense because they have eyes. And they just not picking up. So
Reaching out to them to rectify this issue. And thank you for bringing this to our attention. I apologize for the inconvenience you experienced with trash pickup.
No, I just want to share because you got a contract. We got the contract. We're paying for a service. I just want to bring it to the table.
Yes,
and I
you deserve it. You paid for it.
Yeah, thank you.
Service. Is there another person who wishes to speak during the public period?
Well, but swear hand out.
Let's allow them to talk and see.
Hi, good day. This is Camille.
Hi, did you want to provide a public comment this evening?
Sorry, I can't hear that well. The audio is not that great.
Okay, did you want to provide public comment at this time?
Yes, it was about the trees. I heard some of the commentary about it, but I was just curious if there was any place where we could find some information about the type of trees, like any literature that you could send out that shows the type of trees that are being planted. I know there is some concern. There was a comment about the trees in line with the utility power lines. So if the tree gets too tall, who is in charge of trimming those? I didn't quite hear what was said about that.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. So for trees that are in the way of power lines, there's some where Pepco is trimming. Those are existing trees that have been there and either limbs have become weak or the trees have overgrown. In relation to the trees that are recently been planted, those will be the town's responsibility after a period. But they specifically adopted a right tree, right place program where trees have been planted specifically in a certain place so that they won't grow in excess. They won't grow too large for the environment or the setting where they're placed. Chief Reese, did you have any other?
I think so. I think her comment that she wanted to know what type of trees. I think we can work with Prince George's County. We may include something on our website for them to actually click to see what type of species of tree. That's coming up a lot this evening. And as far as Ms. Stevens, when the tree gets to a height that is impacting the power lines, that is always Pepco. It does not matter if the tree is in the easement or if it's private property. Pepco will come out and trim the trees to make sure it's not involved with the power lines.
Okay, thank you. And one last quick question: are any of them any type of fruit trees, or are all these just more so for beautification and stormwater management?
There are no fruit trees, and They are all native species, trees, for environmental impacts and stormwater management.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for your comment. We appreciate your time, and for you joining the meeting. At this time, we are going to take a brief recess. The time is now 9:42. We will recess for 10 minutes and come back at 9:52. Son, the meeting is now back in session. And we will move this legislation. I just want to make, I want to make a small amendment to the agenda. We have resolution 8/24/23, but we actually, they're in the right order numerically, but I want to amend the agenda so we go into resolution 8/23 first because it is a project plan. For national grid, and this 83/23 is the actual, we're gonna address those in the sort of, so I'm going to be moving moving 8 for that regularly for S23, resolution 83/23. Second, it has been moved in second that the tonight's agenda, moving resolution 84/23 in front of resolution 83/23. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, we have resolution 84/23. This is a resolution approving an urban renewal project plan for the national food site within the town for sites. I move that we adopt resolution 84/23.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt resolution 84/23. Discussion. At this time, we have representatives from the national Food team. I'm going to ask Mr. Andy Klang to come forward and to give if you could search a brief 1 minute or less rapid fire overview of the resolutions we're considering with you.
I'm sorry.
That's all.
Yes, before you start, I don't have page 1 of 84/23. But 84/24 don't have page 1. Yeah, people before say a board, it's one, yeah, it's not one. Yeah. This is the first time.
Well, Mr. Clement?
We'll speak on three.
Yes, if you would please.
But, thank you for asking me. I'm happy to be here, Mayor, council members. Just as a reminder, we were out here once before, and presented a case for why we think it's beneficial to, Forest Heights to apply this designation to the national. The urban renewal designation allows the project a couple of opportunities. One of which is it helps qualify the project for title, which is a in lieu of taxes, which allows for many of the sort of aspirational components to remain in the project. It opens the door for various low-income housing funding opportunities. And of course, it opens the door for other both state and federal funding opportunities when it comes to all of the improvements that go along with the project. And from that standpoint, it seemed a logical position to pursue this avenue with the town in order to make sure that we can keep all of the aspirational aspects of the project that we have carried along with us. right through the commission. So that's the ask in a nutshell. I'm happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions from Councilmember Noel?
I guess my question is, have you tried to go through the county first prior to annexing to Forest Heights for this designation?
No, actually, we didn't, because of the, prior to that annexation, we actually, we weren't aware that this designation was necessary. We actually thought that we had qualified for a number of things differently. As it turns out, working through this, we found out that the designations which occur around us weren't actually in place for this. And the reason I say that is, we have another project near the Southern Avenue Metro Station, and we were working these projects simultaneously. And it was relatively recently that we realized that the designation for open doors was, we weren't able to. And we felt it was worth the ask to ask you all to help us because of the benefits and the overall benefits.
Councilmember.
And how does this change? I know a portion of it was historical, the Butler property. Does that change any aspect of that?
No, the historical properties go through exactly the same process. Doesn't change it, and doesn't take away or pay out to any of our obligations. All of those are stated there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brunson.
My question is, you said that the opportunities for the project for you all would be payment, you get some taxes, you get a designation where you don't have to pay state taxes or county taxes.
No, it opens the door for a payment in lieu of taxes application. So, which is a limited term partial sorry, there's a proper term for it, but it's a partial tax relief for the project. And that what that does is it helps the project get up and running early on, early when it needs it. But that burns off when over time, and then the project pays for taxes.
So in lieu of taxes, these taxes would be paid to whom?
So these are county and state taxes. This wouldn't affect the taxes that we pay to Forest Heights. This would be taxes to.
Okay, so you want to avoid the taxes being paid to the county with this pilot program, whereas Forest Heights get their tax dollars from the county and the state. So basically, it'd be less money for the state and county to give back to the municipalities.
So,
Mr. Best, could you, I'll let actually Mr. Best answer to that question.
Yeah, let me clarify. The urban renewal designation that the town is going to pass as a resolution for both the plan and actual designation paves the way for National Review and Tetra to go to the county and seek a payment in lieu instead of taxation for the county tax. The municipal tax has already been negotiated through the pre-annexation agreement, where they are afforded tax relief from the municipal taxation up until their use and occupancy permits are issued, and then the municipal taxes will phase in. All this does, this legislation is before you, it allows you to use your eminent domain powers, your urban renewal powers, to designate these sites so that they can piggyback off it and go to the county and get tax relief from the county. Has nothing to do with the municipal tax rate, doesn't affect it, that's already been negotiated.
That wasn't my question. My question was the taxes that they would have paid to the county
Right.
and to the state, they will go in the pot for the county and state.
But-
So, and then they distribute money to municipality, not money that they would have paid to the municipality. I'm talking about two separate different pots.
But the real property tax is paid to the state and the county, doesn't get returned to the municipality. Other pots of money are responsible for paying state shared revenues, municipal corporations. So there won't be any impact on that. That, it really just means the people of Prince George's and the people of the state in general won't get that property tax, it'll be forgiven.
Right, this is, we're gonna see less money in the pot for the state and the county if they avoid paying taxes.
Right, but the rationale for the state for approving that, remember, county has to approve the payment in lieu of taxes to give tax relief to the developer. But their rationale for doing so is there'll be increased revenues through property taxation at a later date. So the rationale is they'll get paid and more later on. And so that's how it works.
Thank you, Mr. Betts.
Sure.
Okay, so my next question is the designation of urban renewal, and this is his blight property. Has anyone declared that the Butler Place or Harbor View is blight property?
So at this point, the Butler Place is in a state of ruin. So it is officially a blighted property, and that's what, that's the property that would allow the designation to move forward.
But is that private property?
It is private property, and the town's resolution that we're reporting tonight would be the first local jurisdiction to designate the property as blighted using any local government's urban renewal powers. Does that answer your question?
No, my question was, if the urban renewal property designation, it's going to a private property. Cause the Harbor View is private property, but
Yes.
not private, that was the question.
Yes, urban renewal designates private property as blighted. That's the whole purpose of urban renewal. You don't use urban renewal power to designate public land as blighted. It's always private land. And so the county has urban renewal authority as well, and they will probably pass legislation to designate the same area as blighted using the county's powers. But what they're doing is basically looking first to the local municipality before they exercise their powers. They're looking to see if the municipality is willing to exercise its urban renewal powers first. Because that helps them make their decision on the exercise of their powers.
Thank you, Mr. Betts. Thank you, Mr. Burnham. Any further questions? Councilmember Noble.
And this may be for the attorney, not sure, but I know you said the town will, or in the county, will recover or get the taxes in the future, but what future are we talking about? Will it be my future? Or is it, what period of time are we talking about? Like in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years?
In reality, until improvements are put on the property. And in Maryland, real property is assessed every 3 years. And it's a phased-in assessment. For example, if you build an improvement on your property to make the value of your property higher, and every 3 years, the tax assessor will come and look at your property and say, oh, she added this, or they added a new garage, they added a new floor to their single family dwelling. And so instead of of being a $300,000 piece of property, it's now $350,000. It takes 3 years for that to phase in. And the improvements that are going on National View's property, they won't even change the valuation of the property until it gets reassessed, and then it's phased in over a 3-year period. So that neither the county nor the municipality will enjoy any real major taxation and revenues based on improvements to National View until after they get their use and occupancy permit. Property's been approved, it's been reassessed, and it's been phased in over a 3-year period of time. So it behooves the county government and municipal government to encourage improvements to the property so that the tax rate as applied to the higher value property will increase over time. And that won't take effect until some few years, probably up to 3 years, until it reaches maximum assessment level, 3 years after they get their use and occupancy permit. And as you know, the town has already entered an agreement with this developer to abate their taxes for up to 5 years, or until they get their use and occupancy permits. It's phased in. And so they're looking for something equal with the county, and they're doing it through a payment in lieu versus the pre-annexation agreement they had with the town.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Council President, do you have questions?
Yeah, so one quick question about the modification, Mr. Best. So if there are any changes or enhancements, then is that what would be included in the modification?
What do you mean by modification?
It says the urban renewal plan conforms substantially to the master plan of the municipality as a whole. The urban renewal plan may be modified at any time where the proposed modification will substantially change the plan as previously approved by the municipality. The modification shall be approved formally by the municipality as in the case of the original plan.
What the language you're referring to, Council President, is how does the plan get amended or changed? And that's what that's referring to. Before you can use your urban renewal powers, you have to establish a plan and adopt it for urban renewal. That's what this one resolution does. And then the other resolution implements the plan as to those specific properties. So there's 2 resolutions involved, but I think what you're reading from this language is how would the plan be modified in the future? How would it be amended?
Yes.
And that's
Thank you, Council President. Are there any other questions or further discussion on resolution 84-23? Councilman McLean.
Okay. So my question is gonna be sort of just a broad general comment, question, statement. Whether this goes through completely or not, there's still gonna be low income, affordable housing units, correct?
Yes, that's our intent. What this designation does is it makes it easier for us to do that. So for example, the LIHTC funding that we were looking at for one of our buildings wouldn't be available to us without this.
Mr. Clinton, you can tell folks what that acronym stands for.
Thank you. A low-income housing tax credit is what LIHTC stands for. And the low-income housing tax credit process is a way of the state providing essentially an equity equivalent through tax credits. So tax credits are provided to a project. Those tax credits are sold and they're used to help fund the project. And that makes, that allows the project returns to be much lower because those tax credits are paid back. And that allows the developer to then provide low market rents from and at a modest level to an extensive. That funding opportunity exists only in designated areas. This property that as it currently stands would not qualify for that, but with this designation would. So there are a number of different sort of funding opportunities for the project that an urban renewal designation opens the door for us. And that's really in the initial ask, there were two parts. One of which was opening the door for county dollars to come our way, and the other was to open the door for the various low-income housing funding opportunities. And both of those designation opens the door.
Okay, because I know in the original conversation, even from day one, affordable housing, low-income housing, whatever you would call it, was definitely something that we wanted to make sure there were some there. Prior to y'all knowing about the pilot program, the talk was that it was going to be there. So was that just talk or?
No, it wasn't just talk. We are still planning for it. There's more than one way to do it. It just becomes easier this way. So we are looking senior options for the project. We have a large component of senior housing, within the design itself. It just this just makes it easier for us to make sure that it's there.
Okay. One last thing, and I know, I believe I talked about this last time. Originally, I believe you said it was a certain time frame that this would allow for these programs. The problem is, let's say, well, everybody is a senior. If this program expires in 10 years and we're still alive, that means we can't afford to live there. We have to basically get evicted.
No, not exactly. So, the timeframe is, it's an interesting way of looking at it, but this can be a little confusing. The time, for, let's say, lifetime, the 20 years? The timeframe is extensive. So if you were to go into the senior housing 5 years from now, it's likely you would live there through your statistically for a long and happy retirement. I can't quite find the words for time. But the and I think that's one of the reasons why it sits in place. So these, I believe, 22 years. I would have to follow up with the exact time frame.
Okay, because one of the things that I know the town has talked about in the past is aging in place. And that would be horrible if you aged in place for 20 years and
but I'm not sure. God willing, we'll all be here in 20 years when it comes down to it. But 20 years is a long time, and I think that's one of the reasons why some of these funding mechanisms have a long tail to it. Is to make sure that this isn't done, and 3-5 years later, flip into something else.
Okay.
When you go down that road, the project stays there for very long.
Okay, because the other thing is, think about it this way: if it were reversed, let's say we find another source, and then you're going to come back to us and say, "Hey, this is going to help with the low income, affordable housing." When we were almost promised that to begin with,
right?
And then now you're talking about the pilot program. So if you come with the third one, we're going to be,
So one of the opportunities that would exist outside of, let's say, LIHTC would be the use of vouchers. So vouchers have no tail to them. You can put them in the building, you can use them, if it doesn't work out the next year, you can limit it. So, this enables the door of potentially longer term investment. And these are the, this is the right time for us to, to lock in the way in which we're planning. We still have, some design work left to do, of which Forest Heights and its review would be part of that. I know that, discussions about, what the urban renewal plan might look like. One of the reasons why there's language in there should change and adjust is as the design of the project moves forward and it gets approved. Heights by the county, if those adjustments are slightly different than what is currently in there, and everybody's happy with it, we have the opportunity to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. I'm gonna get to a question. Councilor King, by Council President Brown.
Yes, I had one quick question about it. What are some of the expectations of the pilot? How are you measuring outcomes in terms of the success of the pilot to determine whether beyond 20? That's a really good question. So having just gone through this process for some, the county has expectations. So part of the expectations are, a percentage of the project would need to be completed within a given time. So they're going to want to see for the pilot. There are employer equity and diversity requirements with, and these are not much negotiating. This is what the county has passed as part of the legislation. These are requirements as it comes through. So they will look at the plan and the aspirations. They'll look at the financing for it and determine the need, and then they will offer tax relief up to a given percentage for a specific period of time. And for that, they get residents, they get services, they get amenities, and they get taxed, not as much, until the project is stabilized, and then they get.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Is there any further discussion on resolution 84-23? All right, and hearing none, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clement. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lloyd. Yes. Councilmember Brown. No. Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Hines. Yes. Councilmember Nolan.
No.
Councilmember.
Yes.
Mayor Miller.
Yes.
Motion passed. 5 yes, 2 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Next, we will move to resolution 83-23. This is the resolution approving an urban renewal project for the National View site by finding and designating the National View site as an urban renewal area. I move that we adopt resolution 83-23. Second. It has been moved and seconded that we adopt resolution 83-23. Discussion. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Lloyd. Yes. Councilmember Rawson. Yeah. Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Hines. Yes. Councilmember Nolan. No. Council President McDonald.
Yes.
Mayor Miller.
Yes.
Motion passed 5 yes, 2 no.
Madam Clerk. Next, we will move to Resolution 0-20. This is a resolution the mayor and town council of town is authorized and award proposal and contracts to install speed humps on Delaware Drive and Rockville Drive in the town of Port Saints. This is introduced by Councilmember Jonathan King. Discussion. Councilmember Noel.
Yeah, in the title, it says speed humps for Delaware and Arapahoe, but all of the proposals are for Delaware. So that was, I don't know if this fee is for.
I think it's
Delaware, it's for a. Oh, so the title needs not moved.
No, the speed humps are for Arapahoe and Delaware. I couldn't get the updated proposal from the contractor. It's the same price, it just needs to say Arapahoe, that's it, in time to get it to you. So there's a speed hump that's gonna go on Arapahoe and a speed hump that's gonna go on Delaware.
Oh, I would like to see that proposal.
It's, I mean, I could do it right now, but I mean,
Oh, you didn't?
yes, yeah, I already spoke to the contractor, it's the same price. I wanted to get a formal one that will be signed.
Yeah, we'll wait for the formal.
Oh, well, I mean,
I believe in so. But I like to see it. Thank you.
So the location for the ones on Delaware Drive are already identified. The one on Delaware Drive is identified. The one on Arapahoe, is that identified already?
yes, it would be between MoDOC and the entrance to Town Hall. The exact location is upwards towards MoDOC, but not close to the entrance to Town Hall. Worried about somebody hitting the speed limit, sliding into the road, that's next to hitting the sign. So it'll be a little bit.
Well, actually, so what Councilman Kennedy, do you want to do an internal review? Councilman Kennedy?
Well, I think Mr. O'Connor has more of an insight on specifics. That may, I mean, we can always revisit the exact location, but the question I have on this one is the last now therefore be resolved. This is not more than basically $9,909 for 3. Are we doing 3 or 2?
It's 2 in the proposal.
So we're gonna have to amend this before the next meeting so that way we can pass it.
Yes, and before the next meeting is when I have the new proposal for you. I figured this was gonna be for discussion, so I'd be able to get that in time for the next meeting.
Councilmember, no.
Yes, one question, will this speed hump be the same as what's on Freedom, the latest? Or is it gonna be is that called a hump too?
No, so it's gonna be a speed bump. It is the one that was approved that you see like that's on Arapahoe now or over, I believe the newer one that was installed on Creek, yes. It's a little bit longer, like,
So it would be like that?
yes. And so the mayor council is aware on Delaware Drive, you place right in the middle. Delaware Drive and the exact placement on Arapahoe. We need to have the walkthrough of the contractor and the chief, but that is the general area, sticking to those parameters.
And just FYI, the reason why Delaware was changed to 1 is because it does have a curve on the top side and the bottom. So if you put it there, let's say 2 of them, going in one direction would be fine, but you have the potential of hitting it if it's icy and sliding, going the other way. So that's why the decision was made to do 1 on Delaware and then take the monies and put 1 in practice.
So just to clarify, there's gonna be one on each street. I'm just curious about if they don't know where they're going around, when they quote, or like, how do they know the cost of it? In my mind, location, topography, those things influence the cost of something, and I wouldn't want to agree to do something and then go to the location and find out it's not. There's more difficult to implement than I do.
That's not necessarily how it works with the speed bumps unless there's a lot of roadway that needs to be brought up. Of course, the contractor that had the best price on this is very familiar with the roadways. They just did the roadway work on a rapid drive. So they're able to go ahead and take care of that without an issue. Plus, installing speed humps, once it's done and there's a standard price, it's usually the standard price.
We have a discussion, Councilman Brown.
I just have a question about installing speed humps at this juncture without budget the way it is, and just spending more money. I know when there was construction on Delaware and Seneca, a lot of traffic went down Delaware. But have we done an evaluation of that, a lot of traffic going down there, speed and stuff, that it wants a speed hump right now? Or is there an urgency?
Yes, so the funding, want to address this, the funding that, the spending side is, it's American Rescue Plan funding. And it is allocated for infrastructure. I know that, it says revenue replacement, but that's not what it's actually for. It's not for revenue replacement. The title for the feds is revenue replacement because we receive less than $10 million. So right now what we're doing is we're following the plan that was initially approved by the Council for Infrastructure, which is the feds. So that's why, that is why ARPA was tagged, not just because of this, the money that was available. Yes, the speed study was done. I do believe it is warranted and isn't the least, the most cost-effective route to go from other routes that we had already discussed about roadway engineering, and or other traffic safety mechanisms on the roadway. I think this is the best thing that we can do in that area. And for Arapahoe Drive, yes, absolutely. Arapahoe Drive should actually probably have 4 speed humps on it versus the one that's at the top of the hill.
No, my question is that, I think we have more urgent infrastructure needs than, I mean, I know we spend 10,000 here, it seems like not a lot of money, but 10,000 here, 12,000 there, that can add up to something that we can do big for the town, other than spending a lot of money on 10,000 or less projects, where we have urgent needs in the town. I mean, you can't get the potholes even. And I know you're saying that those are small things, but $10,000 here, $12,000 here, it adds up, what we can do big things with these things. I'm not urgent at this time. We have a budget deficit. I guess everybody knows that, so we really do need to freeze spending, especially for new projects.
The hard part, and I do agree with you, small things do add up. The hard part about the rescue is that you can't freeze the spending. So you can't hold it. The money has to be spent.
And we spend it on things that need, other things that need to be done.
Oh, I don't disagree. But when you say freeze the spending, the American Rescue Plan.
The top budget as a whole.
Yeah, well, yes, I mean, I agree with the council member. I'm just saying this particular pile of money can't be frozen. It has to be spent, because we have a deadline to spend it and allocate it.
I understand that, I'm saying it doesn't have to be spent on this one.
Oh, and I will, that is a question of, will of the mayor and council. My job is to present it to you with, the studies and let you decide what is the best, way to proceed forward. My recommendation is obviously to proceed forward on this, based on the numerous resident complaints and the studies that have been done. And the same thing with the Arapahoe Drive.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
I do want to add just one thing, that I have been getting complaints where infrastructure is being done on the council's streets and avenues versus the other residents. So I think we should pay attention to what we put as a priority, being a council person. And Ramapo Drive and Delaware Avenue and Free Avenue all belong to people, live on the streets where the council people live. That's my statement.
Who lives on Delaware? I don't live on Delaware. They're not the ones that initiated the study. So if you know, then you need to. Accusations, do not put out. It is, one person at a time, please, thank you, Councilman Virginia. What is the deadline for spending this funding, please?
It's has to be allocated by December 31st, 2025. And it must be spent no later than the 2026. That's calendar year numbers.
Councilman.
So on that note, we are almost spin out there.
We're close. I think we have six, off the top of my head, roughly $600,000.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on resolution 03-24? Hearing none, we will move to resolution 04-24. This is a resolution of the mayor and council of the town of Port St. Maryland, formally appointing and confirming the appointment of a new election board member. And this is introduced by myself, Mayor Lilly. I move, do we need to vote on this evening? We already swore the person. This is about. I move to adopt resolution 04-24. Second, it has been moved and seconded twice that we adopt resolution 04-24. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noel.
One question, I see in the third whereas it's due to a former board member stepping down. I thought we addressed this before with this person in the resolution.
Madam Clerk, if you could turn your mic on.
Yes, ma'am, the problem is also that Councilwoman Lilly is running her mother.
So that calls for 2 openings.
Yes, and so because he stepped down and her mom, her mother was on the board, we had to replace.
So we still not agree based on the.
Yes, we are.
So when did we replace?
We haven't replaced, Mr. Lauren yet, we replaced her mom, so, Mr. Miss Elaine and Mr. Murphy is on the board, actually. Mr. Murphy from Pitt.
But was. Mr.
They served
Okay.
they served 2 years.
Was.
So can I just want to get clarification? So we are, we need to replace member, which was Mr. Lowry.
Mr. Lowry, and we got to replace him, and Mr. Yes, ma'am, she had to step in because her daughter.
So, but this resolution is solely concerning Mr. Lowry stepping down.
Yes.
And so we're replacing one, and then we'll have 3 in alternation. And so the other resolution for Ms. Little stepping down is forthcoming. That's.
Yes, forthcoming.
Okay, so we don't need to address that one. We're replacing Mr. Lowry, who resigned, his term. Then we'll have a resolution at a later time to consider another person as the alternate.
He just stepped down.
But do we need this done by the election day, which is next month?
We need it done because.
I mean, another person.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
No.
that is.
Because we have someone whose term is continuing beyond the election day. Okay. Good question, Councilman.
Yes. No, that basically.
That's what it is.
Right, we're gonna have 3 for the council election, we have 4, we have 3, and an alternate for the mayor election. Just because we can just have an alternate, and we don't need a 4th person for the council election. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I understand. So is the purpose of the alternate in case somebody gets sick or cannot show up or does not show up?
Yes, at this time, I need to have this person do the candidate talking on first.
Okay, I mean, we do understand this, but we still, I would feel more comfortable if we had an alternate. That way, in case somebody couldn't make it for whatever reason, we would be able to still hold an election as opposed to if somebody got sick, ill, or anything happened, God forbid to them, then we won't have an election because we don't have 3 judges.
And that resolution will be at the next.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
We have Councilmember Little. Yeah. Councilwoman, Noble. Yes. Councilmember Hines. Yes. Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Councilmember Bronson. Yes. Council President McDonald. Yes. Mayor Miller.
Yes.
Motion passed. 7 yes, 0 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll have another public period. Is there anyone in the auditorium or online who wishes to speak at this time? Okay. Seeing none, hearing none. As the council mayor reports, and we'll begin with Ward 1. Councilmember Little, since I'm looking at you.
Good evening, I do not have any updates or reports for Ward 1.
Thank you, Councilmember Little. Council President McDonald.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The finance committee meeting was held on January 27th here in the municipal building. And we talked about quite a few things, a budget deficit, of course, that's gonna be in our face for 2025, and how to bring funds into the town. And the committee proposed a couple things. 2 of which is that final purchase approvals be made by the treasurer, and that each department head either have an SOP or revisit an SOP or create an SOP to improve financial flow and responsibility. So we had a really good meeting. Our next meeting will be held on March the 30th here in the municipal building at 10 a.m. to 11. So if you're interested in attending the finance committee meeting, please come out. On February the 17th, we will have a green team meeting here in the municipal building. So please join us at 10 a.m. here in the municipal building.
Thank you, Council President McDonald. And some of the recommendations from Mike's committee move right ahead, including one for the treasurer having final approval, as the treasurer said, SOPs are being drafted to help staff follow the mandates in the charter for procuring items, buying items, planning projects, and for events. And those are very strong measures for us to take. Next, we'll have Ward 2. And we're going to go with Councilmember Bronson.
Okay, the Ways and Means Committee, the Back Committee met on, January 27th, as well, in the municipal buildings. And the council, the advisory committee members are Council President, McDonald and Councilman Little. And we discussed, ways to, have, bring some sustainable income to the town. And one of the things we talked about, and which was a good idea, was, we talked about annexing 210. And further down where we can install a speed camera, and I think, the treasurer said that it may not be much to do, or ITAB said that it could be done pretty quickly, but we can annex 210, and then later on put a speed here. I might be bringing something, so it says, no, without deficit. We also talked about, raising the rental property permit. I know that you have brought, and the, code enforcement had brought the rates that other municipalities are using. So we looked at that and we decided that if we could get approval, that we could raise the rental property permit to $200. That was one thing we wanted to do. And another thing that we discussed was, using the message board, maybe to a possibility to use the message board to use to solicit fees for advertising and businesses. Like say for instance, Henry's want to put a big thing on message board, or anybody that want to put a message on the message board, we can charge them a fee and maybe leave it up for 30 days or something like that. It's kind of like what we used to have. And we talked about modifying resolution 01-23. And that resolution has established this pay salary scale for employees. And it has a rate that is not sustainable by the time. So we wanted to, and the treasurer said that they would look at that, look at modifying that, so it can be a little more sustainable for the town. And you may steps right now, I think it has like 19 steps where the person should go up. So we want to modify that. And we also talked about adding to our rental permit Airbnb. That's one of the things that we don't have here in the town. So we want to put that into the property tax code that we have on books. And we talked about reclassifying that as the way Attorney Best has suggested, that we classify that rental property classification that we have on the books. So those are some of the things we talked about in committee. So just to reiterate that we want to change the tax rental property rate to $200. We want to regulate Airbnb and put that in the classification of the rental property that we have on the books. We want to see if we can annex down 210 quickly so that we can install it. And I think the chief has a destination where it can go down to install the speed camera. And I think he said that would be a quick, not fix, but maybe a way you can sustain, get some money into it. Yes. I think that's all I have. I mean, anybody else want to plan on moving on for the meeting?
I just want to say that speed camera brings in money, but the speed camera is to stop or it's for safety reasons, so not, it may be a revenue base, but we want to protect people who travel like this, right? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, one of the reasons I think that it was expanded is due to severity and increase in accidents that harm people or cause injury. Or in some of these ordinances, they're saying.
That's all I know.
Thank you, Councilmember Brownson. Councilmember Kennedy?
Oh, I just want to advocate this recommendation. I want to know if we can decide on implementing some of these suggestions. How do we go about getting these things done? What's the next step?
Well, some of them can be implemented without full, some of them have legislative, so policy things can be done. If it's legislative, so say, for example, the property tax, the modifying resolution, and rental permit rates, those would have to be legislation, but something like advertising with businesses on the message board is something that we can review and come back. So I think what might be good is maybe we get the recommendations to come like typed or formally from the community. And see if it's feasible to implement any of the other items, can be legislation that comes to the council for consideration.
Mr. Mayor, on this legislation, the chief, Kevin, Attorney Gus, and myself have been working closely for the particular fees. We just need the go ahead to have that legislation drafted for the Airbnbs, for the property tax, and the other ones from the mayor and council. Once that's good, we can get everything drafted and presented.
Okay.
Council, okay.
Well, we can, as a council, we could go ahead with drafting the proposed items. Or actually, let's do a movement. Would you like to do a movement? A motion.
I put a motion that we give the attorney and the property as the responsibility to draft the legislation that's necessary to implement the rental property, the annexation, the Airbnb, and the raising of the rental property. Rental property. Okay.
You said amusement tax. Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Kennedy.
You said amusement tax.
Yes, that was one of the others that we discussed.
Oh, yeah.
Elaborating a bit.
Well, actually, let's do this. We'll handle business. Handle the business in just a moment. The new business from council, which would be moving forward.
So I can say that my movement. My motion got, you take that, my motion.
It wasn't seconded.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you for the updates, so very comprehensive updates, for conversation with improvements, Councilman Kennedy.
So the Public Works Committee met that Sunday. I'm just gonna keep it pretty much short. One of the main things that was pretty much talked about was putting asset tax on anything of value, obviously hand tools, we would describe it some kind of way, so that way we would know that it's the town's property. But anything else that's we would have to find a dollar amount. I guess anything else that's powered, whether it's by electricity, gas, battery, probably put an asset tag or strike it some kind of way, so that way we know every tool that is ours. So if anybody else in the committee would like to chime in, that's fine.
Well, I'll go to you next. Did you have other comments or anything else? Okay, Councilmember Hines.
We can talk about storage as well.
Well, part of that, once we go through and pull out everything, hopefully in the process of doing that, we'll try to reorganize more. Because there is stuff that still needs a little bit more organizational touch to it.
And you're gonna put a dollar amount where we're gonna decide on the body, what we want to, if it's under.
We can do that in business also. Councilmember Hines, do you have any additional updates from Ward 3?
Good evening, Ward 3, Tanya Hines. I just wanted to say that I went to a meeting with Mayor Melly, after Forest Heights Elementary, we went with the principal. It was very productive. As we, heard that, I guess it's the Black History on February 9th. So if you can give some of your time to come out and read, that's great. Also, what we talking about, 72?
This one, business.
Okay, yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hines. Councilmember Noble.
Yes, thank you. Well, to my, also, public safety report first. The chief was so kind to bring us an organizational chart for the police department, which references the various, we have 24 staff positions or officer positions. And he gave us a breakdown of how they're funded. Some are funded through grants, some are funded through the town. So that was that gave us a great look at where the money, but also we need to think about continuous grant funding. So that's why we need to make sure our audit is done and things of this nature. That's mine. Oh, and then another concern we had with the protected glass that was at the office downstairs. That was $37,000. And we did that at the time when we had active shooter, well, not here, but in Richmond, Virginia, at a municipal building. And the staff at that time wanted us to pursue some safety precautions, and that's what the glass is for. So we want to keep that, we want to put the glass back so that we can secure the downstairs for people doing events here, for us, like right now, it's open downstairs, right? So we want to get that back up, and I don't know what the cost will be to put it back, but
we have a plan for that. We've actually discussed that. The glass is going up, and we have a plan. We'll have a date or something that will be done. So, salient point, and we have already been discussing it.
thank you. And the other thing we talked about was, I would say tags, because that's a great concern for the residents who lived here and have, gotten state tax, Maryland state tax. But, one street, I think it's Woodland, that petitioned the county for permit parking. So, we talked about starting with Woodland Drive, because that was a concern for those residents. And the county approved it, but the county didn't realize that Woodland is in the municipality. So we want to go back and address those residents' concerns about the permanent parking and maybe use that as a test pilot. Because all streets don't have the problem of parking, but some do. So we want to address it probably street by street. And I think that's it for my public safety report. Oh, I'm sorry.
I see it on the public safety as a guest, as a public. But one thing I want to say about putting back the glass doors that come here. I personally don't have an ID to get in the building or be able to open the door, so once we put that back, I have to ensure that we as council people can get in.
Well, council people definitely access first, so
So actually, the bullet resistant door is physically there. What we're talking about is where the police department used to be. There was a bullet resistant, piece of plexi or glass that was there that was removed.
Also, the door is still there.
The door is physically there.
It's not closed.
During the meetings, it's propped open, so that way people can come through. If not, residents won't be able to gain access to the, front door. But as it is now, it is not secure, because you can just, I'm just gonna get that, it's not secure. So those who-
Thank you. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, now, Ward 3. One, I saw Dr. Dula on Friday at the Unity Center for Veterans. It's a home on Livingston Road, and it's a transitional housing for veterans. And it's not open just yet because they need to complete the, some things in the home. But, Dr. Dula wanted me to tell the Veterans Committee that March 29th is the anniversary of the Vietnam War. And that if they get 2 people in the room, he'll be here. So all you need to do is reach out to him. So that's for the Veterans Committee. The other was, there's a map hanging off of Statue Drive in 210. That's just FYI. And the flagpole is missing from the Veterans Circle still. And Saturday, I went to the informational section at Oxley Library for the Delegate Woods initiated for how to participate in a hearing. So it was very informative. It was Delegate Woods, Delegate Austin, and Delegate Tavares. So we had good dialogue with the community, and I talked to the woman from Birchwood City that we're going to meet again. And also there was, that if you want to see the Prince George's delegation that's in Annapolis, they meet every Friday. And that is televised on YouTube. So anyone who wants to know what's going on as it relates to the county, you can see that on the YouTube on Fridays. And I just want to say, since this is February, I want to just say thank you to Sue E. McGinnis, our first Black mayor, our first woman mayor, that without Sue, you know, I don't know if a lot of us would be here, but Sue shook it up and she found her way on this government, and I thank her for that. And I think that concludes mine. Yes, thank you.
That's so fun. Can you please, everyone, how this speed hump on Delaware Drive came about, please? Yes, without mentioning the name of the president.
A resident for an extended period, I believe over a 2-year period, was emailing then Mayor Washington about a speed hump, then Mayor Lilly, and also trying to get petitions started from members that lived on the roadway, and also sent videos in for us to examine over the last 5 months. So it was initiated by a particular resident on that roadway that was complaining about the speed.
Thank you, sir. Okay, everyone got a chance on reports. I'm just gonna briefly mention, I met, as Councilor Ryan said, with Dr.
Thompson at Forsyth Elementary School. They are interested in, bringing the town in, one of the things that they're doing. They're gonna share their calendar with us, and we're doing the same with them, and get newsletters back over to them. There's the reading event, which is open to council and local, leaders in the community on Friday, February, that's this Friday, 9 to 10 a.m. If council would like to know, if you have students who attend, or if you can come. The other thing I wanted to mention was I did meet with both the pastors from St. Mark and Pastor Davis and from Kingdom Church, which worships in Flintstone Elementary School, and they both have numerous programs that are going on in town in relation to food giveaways on a regular basis, food meal sharing that residents can take advantage of, and then other programs they have they would like to provide to residents free of charge. And so having those conversations to see where the town can provide services and opportunities to residents that don't cost the town anything. That these organizations are doing this work right on our boundaries. And the other piece, what St. Mark's is potentially interested in, the employee first orders access site that we don't have space for it. They potentially have space for it in one of their buildings that they own. So I'll be doing a tour with the pastor, hopefully this week or next, to see if it's feasible. And so that item is in business for us to consider. We want to do an information sharing agreement, but we can confirm with council thinks it's a good idea to also have the equipment be brought on site since it's right within the town and accessible, so we can help serve more folks with getting connected to employment and free training. And lastly, there's a contest going on. Maryland Municipal League is running a contest right now, which I did mention to Dr. Thompson at Forsyth Elementary. So if you're a fourth grader, or you have a fourth grader that's in school in Forsyth, they can write an essay about if they were mayor, what they would do. The links to the essay submission and essay rules and all the information that you need is in the newsletter. So the links are there, you can register your student. The deadline to submit this essay is by March the 8th. And the students that are successful and their essays are chosen as winners, they'll get the chance to get a citation from the governor, get to go to the state house to receive it. They'll also get a cash prize. And they'll also get bragging rights for both their town and themselves, and show their ability to write, express themselves. And I think it helps to train future council members in the community. So March 8th is the deadline. We have information here at Town Hall, also giving it out to the schools, and it's in the newsletter as well. With that, I'll close my comments. I think we got a lot of information to go out so far, and we still have some items in the business. So with that, let's move into new business. First, under the business, we had the Clippers County American Job Center Network. That agreement to be an information sharing partner is in our packet. It's been reviewed by our attorney, and it's here again for council to review. I wanted to collect council's consensus and see if that's something we want to move forward with. Since it's a memorandum of understanding to be an information sharing partner for the American Job Center Network. Well, I move that we I move that we agree to join the American Job Center Network in a partnership agreement, only in tier 2, what is that, access point, informational sharing partner. It's been moved and seconded that we go into an agreement with the American Job Center Network. It's a partnership agreement that is information sharing. There's no exchange of money for services, simply information for the town to communicate and disseminate within the community.
Okay, so when you talk about certain marks, were they gonna be information sharing spot or this is, you can change the tier?
You can take it here.
Because right now, we just want to be an information sharing until you talk.
And yeah, until we say it's meeting more.
Yeah.
All in favor? Signify by saying aye. Was there a second? That's right, Councilmember Lewis seconded. All in favor? Are there any opposed? I don't think so, because there's no responsibility, no exchange, no in-kind exchange. Is there? Okay, well, that's fine. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll just, do a resolution. I think actually it'll be. CDR using community engagement, he's actually, involved in this. That's a good question, I'm not sure. We'll find out. Okay, so we'll come back, I will draw my motion, we'll come back and, we'll just do the resolution for this in a second, meeting of the month.
Yeah, I guess what I would like to know is, are they partnering with so the certain one with the agency? CNPN was the AGJCCNB was two Johnson, which is the one over there at Tanger.
Is there, I want to make sure your microphone is very nice question.
No, I was just making a statement about their partnerships with other, job centers, I guess. So that's their job centers.
Yeah.
Oh, that is there. Oh, these are there. Okay, oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. See, next item is Forsyth 75th anniversary update. First of all, we'd like to share who the members are of the community. We have Councilmember Kennedy as a liaison, Councilmember Hines as a liaison. We also have Mr. J. Hawkins as a member. We have Ms. Darlene Cooney, we have Ms. Monica Lawson, Mr. David Vito, and Ms. Leah Swindler. Communities met to think about the potential logistics for a celebration for the anniversary. I just wanted to say though, to provide an opportunity for council to weigh in on about how we should execute for the anniversary this year. We obviously do have financial concerns and financial responsibilities that we need to take care of in response to resident needs, right? Public works, maintenance of roadways and repairs and things like that. So we have shifted the model of the anniversary so that it's driven to be a sponsored event. We're actually aggressively reaching out to sponsors and have a few of our folks who visit the town confirmed to sponsor the event. Harborside Hotels agreed to donate their entire ballroom on Sunday, April 21st for a gala, which will be a ticketed event for town residents. And we have reached out to a number of other partners who are willing to sponsor the event. So with the sensitivity that we need to be financially responsible, if the council thinks that we should continue and have an event, or have two events, one on the Incorporation Day, April 19th, that is for everyone, and then a two-day ballroom or ballroom event on Sunday, April 21st. The approach to the community and direction, I don't think, is for us to pursue a sponsored event that allows the town to have the event without incurring costs or hits to the budget. Is there any conversation. And specifically, around ticketing price for residents.
So you saying sponsor, and then you saying ticket. So sponsor means that that they're paying for it.
Sponsor means that they're contributing funds or donating items that we purchase. And we're trying to balance the sponsorships with actual ticketing. And the reason for the ticketing is if we have a dinner or an event, we need to know how many folks that needs to be fed. And then we also want the people who are going to come to have incentives to show.
So they have to pay, would the residents have to pay?
Yes, they would have to pay. And the reason why there would be a ticketing cost is to ensure that the town does not have to foot the bill for the entire banquet. We're trying to drive it so that the town is able to be sponsored and also folks to come pay for the food and the entertainment and the giveaway and the program for the items that they'll be able to get.
So have we surveyed the residents to see if that something they would be interested in?
Have you done a survey with the residents? No, we haven't done a survey. Councilman Noble?
And I guess my question would be with the ballroom, because you're talking about, or the committee made a seated dinner, right? So how many, what does it hold? Because I know they can divide the ballroom or they can open it all. So what are we allowing for? Because that plays into the cost.
Sure.
Sponsorship.
Sure. The committee has recommended an attendance level of 200. The capacity of the ballroom is up to 325. And the vendor who's donated the ballroom is willing to increase the size if we were able to upsell more things and we wanted to include more people. But we've tried to plan to a number of 200 so that we can work on having that many people show up and then get sponsorship to that level.
It confused me, because people feel like it's sponsored.
Well, okay, I'll give you an example. So the town of North Brentwood is throwing 100th anniversary celebration later this year. They're gonna have probably about 300 people come. Their tickets, I think early birds started at $80 and they went up to $100. So in that scenario, I think people are paying a lot more to go to the event. So we are trying to reduce the cost. I think the council or the committee is recommending a price of around maybe $20 to $30 per resident, which will allow them to get their meal, to get the to enjoy the entertainment. And then sponsors, we think, will be able to cover the other amount that's associated with the banquet. So those who choose to go pay a small fee to do so, and then sponsors cover the majority of the cost. That helps us to ensure people turn out, and then it also helps us to ensure that we are not dipping into the town's funds to pay for another event. Councilman Kenny.
So I think you left yourself out of that committee. So you're part of that committee. Also, the reason why the ticket item, just elaborating what the mayor just stated. In the past, when we've had functions, people would say yes when they show up, and then they don't. So this would, sort of obligate whoever says they're gonna show up to hopefully show up. We're still brainstorming a lot of the things. Our next meeting is this Friday. So, like I said, we're still trying to brainstorm a lot of things. But the main thing that we are trying to do is use as least the monies out of the general fund as possible. So that's why the initial amount, what the mayor was stating about having tiers of sponsorship, hopefully that will be able to basically pay for everything. Having the residents pay is just hopefully an added incentive for them to actually show up as opposed to just say yes and come in and then don't show up. But yeah, so we initially stated 200, but if the tickets sell out like crazy, then we have the option of expanding it to the full capacity of what they can hold. But keep in mind that also adds to the price of everything, i.e. food and everything else that we do.
Councilman Hines.
I just also wanna say that my concern was, even though $20 or $30 is not that much, you don't know about the fixed income of our residents, and we do have seniors that are 75 and older. So one of the suggestions was that maybe each council member could get 2 tickets. If you know anyone that wanted to go, but that's a suggestion, and as I said, I know that there are residents that would love to go, and your husband, that's $40, that's $60. That's.
Councilmember,
2 things. One, is this proposed day event or evening event?
I'll let Councilmember King. Okay, so tentatively, it's actually gonna be 2 different functions.
I know, well, I'm thinking of Sunday, but then.
Okay, so tentatively, we're putting on the time of, I believe, 4 to 8. But like I said, we're still in the planning process. So anywhere starting from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, start depending on, council. If you'd like to go in or have a thought, one way or another about what's more feasible for residents. They've given us the day, they booked the date for us, we hold it, so we have, the ability to let them know what time we'd like to use, based on what we think residents.
And just my second part of that is, it may be $20 a ticket or what have you, to, for residents to come out. But I guess I want to emphasize that some of the funding, if it comes from the general fund, that is the townspeople's money. So they've already put it. So I just want us to be conscious of that part. And it may be that, we may just have to pick a number and those people just come to me. But at the same time, when you talk about seniors, they're not gonna come with, if it's, well, April, maybe like, April. I'm just thinking about time and some. Thank you.
Councilmember, Brunson.
So you all have, you said April, like, just April, so you have 2 events.
That's what's been discussed so far, and the reason for that is the actual incorporation day is April 19th.
What is that?
That's a Friday.
Okay.
And it makes it challenging to do, we're proposing to do an event that's open to everyone, that is free, and open to children, and, hopefully one that can be outdoors, so that everyone has a chance to come.
And what day is that?
That's April 19th, the Friday.
Oh, that's Friday.
Right,
So in the Sunday, you won't have to do.
that's what's the proposal.
April 19th was. So that's good, Friday. Friday is, okay, April 19th is on Friday. That's the 20th is on Saturday.
I think so.
But also, you let we were discussing about, the time capsule. And that we would reach out to the citizens and let them know that, that was good, put something in it.
Do you want to tell me more about that?
No, it's getting anyway.
What did you just volunteer for? Okay, so since it is the 75th anniversary, one of the ideas brought up was to do a relatively small time capsule and possibly bury it on the town property next to the building somewhere. At that point, we would probably pick a handful of items that would fit in the capsule, bury that, and then maybe put some of the items on display so that, if people come through, they can see things that may be donated. Because if everyone brought one, how small it is, we would need probably time capsules, a Mini Cooper. No.
In this anniversary.
And maybe, I mean, this is just a suggestion that we could put out in the newsletter, because some residents may have items or photos from sometimes. And maybe you just put it on display and return it after surgery, but have a place that it's not hall, we can kind of display that. Suggestion.
What is the event for Friday?
The Fridays Incorporation Day. The town was on 75. Was, yeah, that's a community event that would be at the gathering place, open to anyone, any age, free of charge, and that is not promoted, that's more of an outside category. We're trying to be close to done and with the school.
I'm just saying, that's not enough. That's fine, that's not enough, I mean, it's on the day, you're going out and find it, that's not enough.
Well, that's a question for council. I think your 75th only comes one time. The last time we celebrated a milestone for the town was in 1999, which is funny because I think the description of that milestone is on the website in the town's history. So we would like to add to it. We can do it, in a fiscally responsible way. Also signaling some of the things that we're doing now, getting our audits caught up, getting our financial SOPs together, and the town has a bright future ahead of it.
For our things. Oh, that's what it is, okay. What's the thing?
Oh, the thing is shine brightly.
75 years diamond jubilee.
It's the Diamond Jubilee, and the diamond is one of the strongest natural elements on earth. It takes thousands of degrees of pressure to burn the diamond down. And so we are strong and radiant as we move into our third year.
We have Susan again.
Oh, you passed away. That would be nice. For her baby, of course you're gonna have 170 because she's only one day, that's what I'm saying. Even one day alone. Well, we really wanted to look into celebrating it so that everyone can come out and do something different. Yeah, I think it is. And do it every weekend, why is it Saturday? I mean,
Well,
if you wanna do it big.
On Saturday, one thing we thought about, let's propose this and see what council thinks. So since we have a gala and we have the outdoor event, maybe we can open up the town hall for people who've been in the town, either lived or have some history connection to it, or folks who are currently living here to come to mingle. It doesn't have to be a program at all. It can just be people talking, reminiscing, and connecting on the Saturday.
But also, I mean, with that being said, it would be great if we could, caught some of these stories. Because there was like I said, a guy named Wiggers that lived here. He knew everything about Forest Heights and kept it, like the barns. Can we somehow get it in, or in video forms, and that was really the nice thing at that time. With the stories and the time. Or even I have to do it's not really on the screen.
Yeah, I think, maybe like that, do you like that idea for opening up the town hall on Saturday, just for mingling, for people to reconnect and to bring like those items we're talking about?
It's like a walk down memory lane.
Yeah.
We have like a little, walk away, this place going on and mingling and talking, having a stirring, see here. What is the next meeting?
The meetings are gonna be Fridays at 6 p.m.
I think what might be good to have a historian for Forest Heights, residents. It's just, people would then use to do just a quick clip
And have that on the screen at the event. Oh, yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, so we got some more feedback and information to take back. Thank you, Council, for sharing, for the ideas to expand so that we do something that includes everyone. As Councilman Brown said, you did. Well, with that concludes the business, I believe, unless anyone has anything new.
This is actually what was the money?
Just want the motion to,
That's what it says, the movement, yeah. Okay, I'll make a motion that we, have the attorney, and the program manager, draft of the resolutions for the, the permit, rental permit tax. The changing of the category for the, code that we have to include Airbnb and change the classification of it to rental property. And, amusement. Change to amusement and, what is, all the taxes we talked about. Oh, Airbnb, right, Airbnb, permit, annexation. Second.
it's been moved and seconded.
What is considered amusement? Already mentioned it, so I pulled it up. The admission to amusement tax is a local tax collected by the Comptroller's Office for Maryland counties and Baltimore City, incorporated cities and towns, and Maryland Stadium Authority. The tax is imposed on gross receipts from admissions, the use or rental of recreational or sports equipment, and the sale of merchandise, refreshments, or services at a nightclub or similar place where entertainment is provided. Admission and amusement tax rates are set by local officials at rates varying from 1/2 of 1% to 10% of the emissions of amusement receipts. Rates vary by locality and by activity, with a few exceptions in special situations.
Right, and I know why I said amusement, because when poverty opens, if they decide to, we're gonna have entertainment. We'll get that, yes. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Did you say that?
she did.
A long time ago.
It's been moved and seconded that we allow the attorney and staff to work on resolutions related to rental permits, Airbnb rental permits, future annexation of 210 for the place with additional speed cameras, amusement tax, etc. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The ayes have it. And with that, this meeting is now. So we move that to, move John. Councilman Jamie, so simply move that to new business, the portion under the Public Works, committee meeting that we had. If the body would like to give input on what dollar amount we should put in asset tagging versus what not.
And this may be, I don't know, Mr. O'Connor, there should be like a list somewhere where what has value, because what we talked about too, there's some things probably have already depreciated and have no value. So I don't know if that list exists in some revenue code or what. So I would feel comfortable saying this should be 100 or this somebody else's treasure.
So we could get that list, the recommendation, because it wasn't me, and I spoke with Mr. Belnavis, is, if we have a toolbox, and we were talking about the small tools and everything, is that an inventory sheet would accompany that toolbox would have the asset tag on it. And that asset tag would accompany all the screwdrivers and everything else that might break. And the same, anything else that's tangible that can be moved or handheld would be tagged as well. So batteries, weed whackers, it really would come down to the value, but it exists here. It's put on an inventory sheet and tagged to an overall larger asset. We thought that might make a little bit more sense.
Okay, well, within that, the screwdriver and the consumable, possibly, things that are, everything's able to be broken. But we would at least describe it, so we know it's for site property.
Yes, yes, we would easily inscribe it and put everything on there that you need. If it's 5508, deal with it.
Okay, one last thing that I have is Saturday coming up is Chinese New Year or Lunar New Year, so Happy New Year to everyone. Council President Don.
I wanted to revisit real quick what, Councilwoman, Little brought up last month about the, renewable, shopping bags for the town. And if there's a way where that could be a line item that comes out of the council budget. Cause I'm willing to put up for that if that's possible. Yeah, wherever it comes from, I'm just putting it out there that I'm willing to use my own, You need to give it to the resident. Yeah, the renewable, shopping bags. Renewable too.
What day?
Like what we've been handing out or better?
If I'm not mistaken, do you have a green team budget?
I don't know, but it's meeting, I'm having to read 19, but put that in your budget.
Okay. I think that there's already a green team budget, we're gonna confirm it, so if there is, then it can be part of the green initiative to encourage folks to reuse. Thank you, Councilman Wu, thank you, Council President McDonald. Lastly, I just want to say that it is Black History Month, but Forsyth has its own very rich connection to Black history. Oxon Hill Golden Farm, which is now annexed into the town, is part of the National Underground Railroad Network of Freedom. Jacob Shaw, who escaped a former plantation that was on the land at Oxon Hill Golden Farm, he escaped from there, and he is one of the folks who's written about in the history of people gaining their freedom. And the Butler family, which had a home on the site where National Museum be built, they own that home, that same family for 150 years. The Hatson family had a home in the lands that were just southwest of Free Drive as well. And those sons from those families fought in the USCT, which was the United States Colored Troops, the first group of those soldiers. And so we don't have to go far to celebrate history. It's right here, including mayors and residents who lived here. So we celebrate Black history right here in Forsyth, and we hope residents will do the same.
And all that promises gonna go to a little plane. And how?
Well, no, they said that they were gonna have a museum. If I'm not mistaken, when we said that, they did say anything that was found, they would make sure that it was displayed.
There'll be some readiness studies, which we'll see in the future. If there's no other new business, the time is now 11:37 and this meeting is adjourned. Good night.